This one. Structure. Once YouTube chat loads, will be set. I think while we wait for chat to properly load, it just did, good, I'll regale a little bit about the additional information of the characteristics that we will be using for our role-playing aspect for our character. So I didn't really gloss over this last time, on the last stream. So let's talk about this quickly and simply. That Shurox was always a character, even within her evil Star Wars interpretation and such. She's always been a good character at heart, but within the Star Wars universe she was always corrupted by the influence of the dark side, as the dark side is wont to do. So we're playing a character, in this case we're playing a character that would have been instilled with the honor and the values of the honor and virtue of a strong person of this period that would be respected and looked up to, and therefore she will be respectful of others, but she's always been a bit of a quick and nimble characteristic in this enterprise, hence why I have no issue with stealing with this character, but that's primarily due to I have 10 finesse, I'm going to fucking do it. It's that simple. Done. Doing it. Moving on. So primarily when it comes down to our decisions, we're making our decision based off the notion of what benefits my clan, what benefits the people back home that I'm truly doing this expedition and everything for. Probably leave too. You see one of these ships coming out of the blue. Now, I am going to be doing this first part here in a more specific style. Primarily for one reason, and one reason only. And that reason is the potential fun. On my last character, I did a specific means of a journey you can do here in Scarborough to open a dialogue option you need high diplomacy for later, to see how that would affect the end credits, or the end sliding thing. It didn't affect it to the point which I wanted it to, and it made me sad. but I still think it's unique. Group intercepts you above the cliffs, display every indication of a classic angry mob, down to the prevalence of pitchforks. A middle-aged man at the front, hastily dressed in cheap-hide jerkin, wielding an actual spear, hails you in a language that tickles something at the back of your mind, but it doesn't quite translate into meaning. Brandish the weapons. A nervous shuffling ripples through the welcoming party as they shift all weight, grasping their weapons more securely and generally preparing for their day to get a whole lot worse. The man in the front, whom you have mentally labeled as the emissary, speaks a few short commands to his friends, followed by a tense, but you think reconciliatory sentence addressed to you. A low groan escapes Ada's. We might have expected it, of course. How these people don't speak our language? How are we supposed to deal with them? We'll deal with them by putting them to the sword and taking what we want. These aren't properly trained. They pose no threat to us. Well, it would be a great start to this whole endeavor, wouldn't it? Why would Ada's be encouraging this? That makes no logical sense. Welcome Committee has listened to your exchange and now further discussion rippling through their ranks. They quickly seem to reach some sort of conclusion, and their youngest member takes off at full tilt down a path off toward the wood. More cryptic declarations are transmitted by the emissary. What was that about? I think they must be fetching someone. A translator of sorts, perhaps? It's clear they want us to wait here. Let's see what they want then. A few tense minutes passes. The guarded looks crackling between your herd and the natives, and the uneasy shuffling of feet on both sides, contrast bizarrely with the calm waves against the beach and the pretty songs of the bird among the trees. Finally, the errand boy returns at a trot, trailing a man in shaggy robes whose stride is a more brisk than ought to be possible with sandals in such an advanced state of unravelment as his. He reaches your welcoming party. The robed man lowers his hood and takes in the size of your modest heathen horde with a slow, deeply interested look. A few words are exchanged between him and the emissary, and then the robed man closes the distance between you and bows and introduces himself in heavily accented Saxon.
Dominus Vobiscum, stranger. I am Brother Morkant. I have given my life to studying the ineffable beauty of God's work.
I am an ineffable idiot that deserves to be killed. That's what he just told me. Björn being well situated along the trade routes to Saxony, you've had enough contact with your southern neighbors to learn their language. At any rate, you speak it about as well as this man. You may call me Shrurux, the daughter of Harold, and this is my retinue. Morkant runs his eyes down your body once, with no traces of lewdness, but rather as though he's assuring himself that he did in fact see a bosom on you. You are the leader of these warriors? Registering the unambiguously peeved expression on your face, he clears his throat and then deftly brings the conversation back on track. Please tell me, Shrurux, whence have you came? We have come from Skjern. No doubt he pictures the world around him as he knows it. Believe we know your people as the Danes? Yeah, it's one of the things they call us, which of course means people from the sea, technically from Old Norse translation. Because Vik is a bay and Inger is from a place, so that becomes people from the sea as a common translation. Morkant smiles. It feels like progress is being made. We are Angles, and this is the Kingdom of Northumbria. I myself am a monk, a fucking idiot, and a traveling scholar of culture, languages, and faiths. Some impatient shuffling of booted feet behind him seems to remind Morkant of the reason he was summoned. He rattles off a quick few sentences to assure the mob before he turns back to you and jumps to the point. Might as I require to the purpose of this journey? Yeah, that. Nephew, shut up! The monk quickly translates his words before returning to the other. Very good, let's bring us before... Mauklon? The Grafra of this shire. If you're going to be attacking the village, you do need to kill the party here. Which leaves the weaker party here, because this is just really difficult to get through with all these people. There is no mistaking the head of the village for a citizen of lesser stature. He's one of those elders who has only turned weathered and formidable with old age. And yet, as you are brought before him, there's an unmistakable fear in his eyes. My name is Mauklon. Mauklon? Mauklon. Mauklon. I'm just gonna call him Maui, dude. Don't give a fuck. I am the Gerfa in this town. Hey, Loxel, I need supplies and horses. There follows a lengthy elaboration by Morkan in the local language, and the old man's eyes icy with suspiciously all the while. Norse, are you? We've had some visitors from your lands before. You're given to understand that the visitor is used as a euphemism for a range of words that lie somewhere along the lines of barbarian, savage, murderer, raider, plunderer, and so on. Well, do tell. Ship like yours came to our small island south of here. Took place mischief both the merchants that picked it in toward Eurofik. Before they left, they killed him and his men. We were lucky they didn't come here. We feared the return ever since, and now here you are. What shall we make of this? It better not have been a veiled insult, however, because I will skin you alive. Faithful, because Mocklin swallows hard. I meant no insults, Norse, Alfida. But you must go elsewhere on your errand. I cannot help you. You may trade with us, or we can simply take what we need. Instead of translating your words, Morkan addresses you in Saxon. If I may, this is simply a gesture of trust. This isn't simply a question of trust or even willingness. This village has no horses. They are too poor. They are likewise lack the wealth with which to trade. A band of outlaws nearby have troubled the village. They camp beyond the nearby stream, frequently attacking the farms and robbing the merchants entering or leaving the town. Or do you... Yeah, I'm not... No. Of course it isn't, but don't let this... But this might be an opportunity to kill two birds with one stone, don't you see? If we were to drive out the outlaws and retinue with the villagers, you'd reunite even with the villagers with their possession, they would have the means to give you what you're after. What stronger demonstration of good could they wish for? And the village elder seems nervous that we're chatting in Saxon. Not to warn you, I answered the King Osred, but he's a muppet. Whatever befalls us here, you can assure the king will hear of it. Well, we won't do anything too rash. Do you mind if I come with you? Well, why? Think you fine, I can take care of myself. Travels to take me far and wide, but you don't come to such a long way without knowing a thing too about defending one's own person. Fine, just don't do anything stupid. This is all part of how I want this to go when we do it. But now we do actually have free reign in the here. Now, unfortunately for the villagers, well, technically unfortunately for me, we will not be engaging in all the quests here.
I have seen this symbol before.
That's the cross of the Christian god. I've seen it on raids in Frisia.
This could become a problem. There's no love lost between our gods and theirs.
You're worried about pissing off the Frankish Empire?
Exactly. We may have to make an example or two if they get bold.
That should send a clear enough message, shouldn't it? Can we actually enter here without pissing everyone off? We do have people here, but I don't care. Holy crap, that's a good shield. I was caught stealing on the easy one? Oh, that's fun. Yeesh, that's a good shield. Added pine ain't nothing to concern yourself with. In terms of helmets... Gunnar can have a leather hat, I guess. Give it to our muscle. I do not care about the relationship with Northumbria and eventually with Picklin. I do not give a truck. Because we do not give a truck. It is a completely irrelevant disfiction to us, given how the overall plan is to introduce them to an unfortunate case of dead. By unfortunate, I mean very logical cause of death. I want to see if I can do one of the... I'll call it a Radiant quest, even though that's not entirely accurate. With actually, that quest isn't going to be properly available to be completed until later. Now, weirdly enough, I would argue that it's actually beneficial to be overall peaceful with town and village. We have to read this then. This stone looks like it stood here forever. Its base is covered in lichen, its top in bird droppings. Strange markings are chiseled across its surface. Some look like the shapes of animals and plants, but most are completely incomprehensible. Morkan steps up to the stone and traces a few of the markings with reverence. I've seen stones like this before. My teacher once claimed they were erected by the Druids centuries ago. Fascinating mystery, is it not? Who knows what ancient secret these stones hold? I don't know, the location of Albion? Location of the true king of Camelot? All seems just as likely to me as any other. It would have been more interesting to actually have fought this, but we're unfortunately... Actually, we're technically not past that point. As I can... not reload, per se, but I can... impose my will upon them in an alternative way. But we're not gonna do that. We'll just create unnecessary confusion. Yeah, digging is strength or fitness. I think it's fitness. I'm going to do a quick save right here. Search the pile. Pelts of animal, sheep, few deer, like conspicuously stacked in the small clearing. A gamey decay smell wafts the area around. Search the pile. As you dig through the pile, it becomes clear that they were placed there for a while. By the time you reach the bottom of the pile, it has become a fake mess that brings your bile up. You plunge your hands into the disgusting heap, sticking your arms up to your elbows. You feel your fingers close around the metal, a lukewarm and slimy to the touch. Finesse medium, yeah, we should be. You spot a glint of gold. It appears that the cache of jewels has been stashed away underneath it. There must be something buried in there. Success! Pull your arms free, grasping the jewels. They glint in the inviting light. After wiping away the grime, you find the treasure strangely familiar. A small handful of brooches, arm rings, and carved pendants bearing those Norse runes and images of Sleipnir, Odin's 8-legged horse. What? Why would it have anything to do with my father? And I trust. This is a quest we're inherently going to fail because we are not doing it. As with our intention of how we're going to deal with these fine folks. 6 men and women are strewn about on the riverbank, inhabiting a camp of tents that appear to be made out of the sails of a ship. Interesting. Some attempts to establish a perimeter of sentries has been made, but it's immediately obvious that whoever is organizing this has never had a day of battle training in their life. Having thus managed to get quite close to the camp without being seen, you are free to ponder your approach from the other side of the river. We don't have anyone with a bow, so that's sort of a moot point. They look disorganized, it shouldn't be too difficult, they probably have traps. Let's talk. You cross the river, the sentries finally notice you, and every person in the camp grabs a weapon and converges on you. If this had been a diversion, it would have been wildly successful. Halt! What do you want? You better turn around and leave if you know what's good for you. The woman who issued the challenge is somewhere in her 40s. Her clothing speaks of destitution, but she has the confidence of someone who has traveled far and experienced much. She looks like he hasn't slept in a while. Who are you people, and what happened to your boat? The woman blinks in astonishment for a moment, then she follows your gaze to the nearest sailcloth tent and understanding draws. We are not bandits, we are merchant sailors marooned here through no fault of our own. Do tell. We sailed past there on foggy day, heading north towards Euphoric with goods from Mercia. You're sailing the wrong way to get to Mercia, or to get to York. The beacons on the cliff are meant to be lit in the fog so ships can avoid the rocks. It wasn't lit on this day. Those bastards left it unlit to lure ships to their doom. They were already making off with our cargo before we even washed ashore. Wait, so they did steal from you? They stole our cargo and forced us to steal from them to survive. We're stuck here, no ship, no horses, no cargo to buy our way out. Tell me, what choice do we have? I don't know. Kick in the door for the monastery? That sounds the most logical reason. The monastery? That was the first place we went. They wouldn't even open the gate for us. We pleaded with them through the wall, but they wouldn't budge. Well, why don't we just go kill them and split the loot? That's... attack a house of the Lord? That's unthinkable. I thought your god was all about kindness and compassion. Sounds to me like those people have forsaken their responsibilities. You were stealing from a village for a while. There's no exception, except the villagers are nearly as poor as you. But the monastery is clearly sitting on a fortune. Both of those are very, very liable, but we'll do option one here. Maybe they have, but that just give us the right to kill them and steal them from them. One of the other bandits leads her to whisper something in her ear. She looks startled, then she excuses herself from your conversation. They all have a small conversation out of earshot. You're surely not planning to attack the Covenant. You don't need to do anything.
Of course I would never participate, nor shall I let you commit such an act of atrocity. They are peaceful women, innocent students of the faith and philosophy. Their works enlighten all of Northumbria.
How did that pan out for you, huh?
I'm sure there must be some good reason why they haven't helped Quen and her crew. Perhaps you ought to consider the possibility that these people really are just bandits.
Feel free to leave. I expect you'll fetch the villagers and they'll follow you to your doom. Morgan starts stammering rapidly, then stops himself to get his voice under control, but before he's ready to continue, the woman returns to pick up the conversation from where she left it. We've decided to accept your offer, but we will not kill the nuns. We will help you get through the gates, and if the villagers come, we'll hold them off. That's all. So, do tell more of the story. From where are you, and how did you come to lead this crew? She looks at you in a way that makes it clear that she's way too tired for this shit. There's not too much to tell. We're from Mercia, a kingdom to the south. My husband owned the ship. When we ran aground, he stayed behind and tried to save the ship. Now it's my responsibility to save his crew, and together get them out of here with their families. Let's get to it. Markant, you stay with Quen.
This is all part of the means of what we want to do. Because basically... Oh, we have to go down there? Ooh, it's a rock! It's when you know a game's designed well, when you get more excited about a rock than anything else. Let's wait a little bit before we do this. Small garden. At first glance, it looks like foliage, but closer reveals the plants that are carefully planted bushes of herbs and medicinal plants. Yoink! What is his morale currently? 3. That is terrible. The marooned Mercian merchant, or robbers depending on who you ask, form up outside the gate of the monastery, several of them wielding tool axes. Gwen knocks on the door with a closed fist. It's me again. Gwen, we need your help. There's no reply. She knocks again. I know you're in there. My friends are starving. Finally, a matronly woman's voice rings out. She sounds dignified and indignant. Indignant? We told you once before we cannot help you. And that was before you started stealing from the pilgrims, Gwen. You have now made yourself outlaws. You deserve no mercy from the Lord. Gwen looks like she's ready to collapse, but she delves deep inside herself and conjures energy from wrath. Last chance, sister. If you don't open this gate and give us what we need, we'll break through it and take it for ourselves. The unseen nun on the other side adopts the tone of an elder scolding a child. Your threats were hollow the first time you made them, and now they're just as hollow now. Begone, foul shrew. Leave us in peace and let us do our work. She looks to you for confirmation. Your crew raises their axes and reduces the gate to firewood in such a hurry that the nuns don't even have time to understand that they're under attack. Yeah. You and your hirt crash through the splinters and find yourself face to face with a couple of extremely shocked nuns. They immediately turn and make for the bell. Roscoe is sort of in an aggravating position right there. Let's get Roscoe to move. Just get out of the way. Aslever can't do anything. Charge? I do have charge. Here. Ooh. Stab through there. Should be able to charge that woman down. Beautiful. Rush up, use your free pasta. You have the blessing of the god of war, and they are singing the sacrament. Let's quickly familiarize ourselves with what Sacrament does. Base mental and physical resistances double, so it's useless. Basically, it means stuns and such will be next to no effectiveness because mental resistance is there. If we do this, and you do this, can you move 2 extra squares? No. That is unfortuitous. Really, bitch? Quick, easy, simple, and good. Nothing's happened out there yet. I always get very, very preoccupied with looting this place before going out. So let's see if we can go out and talk now. Yeah. Basically means we... Quest objective should at that point say... Raid and loot the church, yeah. There go horses. Oh, Gunnar, you didn't have to cut off her arm that badly, did you? Ave Maria, Gratia, Platena, I didn't even catch that. Heathens, filthy barbarians, they will swoop down upon you. Take my life if you must, but spare the books. Why are you doing this to us? Because I want to? It's worth good money, and money can be used to purchase wood, and wood can be used to rebuild Scarin. It's that simple. I need wood. I need money to buy wood. That is an economical enterprise we're doing here. I am getting a large amount of benefit from murdering you, and therefore, benefit. Jesus, you guys suck that badly. Gwen is sitting on a stone of blood, staring at her bloody hands. It doesn't seem to be her blood. We tried to tell them, they just wouldn't back off. You did what you had to. She doesn't speak for quite some time, her hands trembling. The rest of them ran back to the village. I'd still stay well away from you. Kill her just for the sake of it. I really do. But we do have honorable. When we heard their side of the story, we were more appreciative to the Mercians than we were of the Angles. So, here, have half the spoils. You realize she's crying. She wipes the tears off her face, smearing blood all over her cheeks. Give it to the others. I can't. I can't. One of the men turns to you, to face you expectantly. If the looks on his face is anything to go by, he holds you personally accountable for Quen's sorrow. Let's try sense medium. Yeah. Mercy increased by 5. Thank you, Norsewoman. Now leave us in peace. Pray for our souls. A couple of your hillmen walk past you and dragging a large group of horses they've liberated from the Covenant stables. Now I'm accidentally gonna loot these people. Sitting in trees, deathly pale, his eyes and shut through, staring past you accusingly. Now this should have failed that one quest here. The Wrath in the Woods, yeah, find someone who knows about the piled hides. And these guys, as you can tell, are now hostile. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. We do not have the ability to consider going up against that. So we're just going to go up here, get some more flowers, and then we're going to dip. It is possible to go in. Like I said, it's just a very, very difficult fight. That if something goes wrong, you're just in a heap of trouble. This puts us here on the, what, 20-something? So it's Saturday. No. It is the 29th of April. Euphoric down there. You will get tired and hungry, so we'll head down to this roadside camp down here. We will. Our first camp on English ground. Sure if we need to tinker anything else. I don't think we do, because we don't use anything particularly much in battle. So we'll just have him swap to doing some witchcraft. Ada still has available shifts. Do we have meat to preserve? She's gonna preserve those two. Nephew? Yeah, thank you. We can't. Your lowers is actually with a weary groan. Squeeze your shoulders twice as those to check if her. Okay, this is potential romance with her. You enjoy a rare moment of respite in the company of with a bowl of a nice hot stew when Nephew lowers herself next to you with a weary groan. She squeezes her shoulders together as to check if they're still firmly attached, and then she tugs at the edge of her armor. Will you help me out of this, please? Help her out of the armor. You untie the lace and lift the armor over her head, and sliding another groan of discomfort, you notice that her shirt is soaked with blood at the shoulder. She rolls up her sleeves to reveal a brutal and bloody bruise. Producing a piece of cloth, she dips it in water and dabs at the edge of the wound. Let me help you with that. Clean the wound with water, then fetch dried cow piss to disinfect. You can feel her tense up as you apply the ointment, but she doesn't make a sound. It's bloody sloppy and it didn't get past my defenses. I was fortunate he didn't make better use of the opportunity. She hands you a roll of woven cloth to wrap it tight around her shoulder, knowing Nephew, she won't let a bruise like this affect her fighting. Thank you. You've always taken good care of me. I look after my friends. She smiles to herself, then a pensive look comes over her, and you sit there for a while in the comfort of a crackling fire. What have we gotten to ourselves into? We came here because we had no other option. We've talked about this. Perhaps that's true, but are we right to come here? This place seems more peaceful than home, more ordered. Are we right to bring our trouble here? They're no more ordered, simply ordered differently. Their peace is nothing but an iron grip of a king. I think you're right. Peace and tyranny can be difficult to tell apart from the outside, but for those who live under the threat, perhaps the difference isn't so subtle. I may have my doubts sometimes, but I always stand behind you as my Thane. I hope you know that. With that, Nefia slings the armor over her good shoulder and saunters off to resume her chores for the night. Enter Euphoric. I want to try to do Aslifer's romance, but I need him to be at -4. So he's aggressive, conceited, cooperative, and pessimistic. How the hell do I make him piss off? Dissolving things peacefully definitely pisses him off. So let's go into Euphoric and see if we can purposely piss him off with that. We'll keep the same party together for a short while longer before we'll swap to bringing Harald with us. Above Nefia. Is the ability to get another ability to have someone lock someone down is just going to serve us quite well. The golden waves of neatly sequestered farmland.
There's a place where the meadows are green and the brooks gently flow. There is a place where the children play, filled with joy and with laughter. It's the place I call home, where the acres are gold and the horses run free in the fields. For this land I will toil till my hands lose their strength and my heart no longer gives life to my limbs.
You have to appreciate this song, I'm sorry. Golden waves of neatly sequestered farmland give way to increasingly close clusters of farmhouses, and you and your herd make your way toward the seat of the Northumbrian king. The city is built on a junction between two rivers. If secured permission, you could simply sail the Dark Heart directly into the city in the future. Not long after the ancient walls of Euphoric heave into view, the other side of the small river, you encounter a group of people very much dressed for business. At the front, a young man has planted himself in the middle of the road with his feet shoulder width apart, back straight, and hands gathered in front of him. His smile strikes you as generally friendly, but his stance is guarded and his men are ready for a fight. They're all wearing mail too. Halt, strangers. My name is Leofric. I am the king's champion. Word of your arrival has preceded you are here. They say you attacked and raided a covenant on the coast not far from here. Have you anything to say in your defense? There's more to it than the rumors let on. So you don't deny it. This is unexpected. His Majesty Osfrid demands that you visit his hall as soon as you are able. We are all quite eager to learn about who you are and why you have come to visit our fair shores. We have some business in the city first. We will visit the king in our own time. He bows his head politely. We will let His Majesty's court know that they should anticipate your arrival soon. Supposed to be sticks on his back or arrows? No, you can, and it is very possible and incredibly easy to deal with Leofric and his men there, to the point where, but you do lose out on a pretty decent spear as a stepping stone if you do that. So I tend not to do it. We probably have some points we can look to spend. 16 other fucking things. Good shit. I personally, as a rogue, do not need any of these abilities. The ability to have Demoralize and potentially get up to dust would also be very nice. I can't poison my own weapons for some fucking reason. And of course, if you go all the way up, you get Hypnotized, which could be very fun. But we have increased our diplomacy. I think we should pick up... Where is it? Heavy Sleeper? Heavy Sleeper. Allows us to do one more action, a camp. And that nips us over the respective threshold, so now we just have to wait for our next couple points till we can get another point in our knife ability. As increasing the weapon damage with the offhand is irrelevant. 1-2 is absolutely insane. We're going to look so much forward to getting 1-2, but getting more damage with this just makes us do more damage with Death Blow. The more damage we do with Death Blow, the more people will one-shot. The more people we one-shot, profit. Gunnar. Do we need anything in from this area with Gunnar? We can take a low profile. Opportunist. And let's get another range on that. This is not that useful of like a skill tree. It's primarily just for the easy application of the stone throw. The throwing is so great. It's just a free rock you can throw every turn. It's great. Adis, we will do Heavy Sleeper. And another point in rationing. You will also need Heavy Sleeper. I need to spend 1 point, might as well spend it now. Quick feet. You guess we'll just level your shield ability. You're still just 1 point away, like a net. Asleifer Grimvardarson. Why don't we just stop thinking and just pick up that with you? And let's pick up that as well, just to give him the option for that grapple. But in our current party, we have 2 people that are eventually able to grapple. If we drop Nefia for him, we will then have 3 people that can grapple. Yeah. And the amount of people we can just use them to lock down for her, then with those 2 providing Inspire, she can kill 3 people in 1 turn with greater ease. Just put it. Ha! It would be incredibly good. I will spend her points as well. You are a jack of all trades. Shouldn't use that too much because we shouldn't have you that much. Crit fee. Oh, I misread that. That's my bad. Pick up that. Phantom the Blueburn Muppet that he is. We'll get another point in healing. Keep that safe from him there. My vision. AP attacks. Pick up that, I guess. Right, isn't he doing all our smithing? Yes. Artisan. Yeah. We should just be focusing on his smithing and his combat ability second, I think. Harold won't be joining us for a while, I presume, at that point. I should have been swapping him and Rhea. But that's the way the cookie crumbles sometimes. You couldn't have run out that way? That would have been a lot better for us, dude. I need to stop saying dude. A large group of people are gathered outside a farmhouse. Some of them are well armed, others seem to have grabbed whatever was at hand, all of them clearly out for blood. Well, let's listen. The cries of fear from desperate animates from inside the farmhouse. Please, we're Christian. All of us were just like you. We know you left those disgusting offerings at the lover's tree. It wasn't us. Please. What is the value of an oath to a godless heathen? I beg you, listen to me. Open the door and face the Lord's justice. This could turn brownly from the farmer. Perhaps we should go kick the guy's ass. But if we interfere, we'll find ourselves in trouble. I'm teaching these people like good thrashing. Let's just shank this woman real good. Nefia. Bad. Should have shanked her. I yell again. Lie. That we truly hold the favor of the Norse gods. She's still standing. She's still standing. Assisted, Harry. We cannot have you go in there because you're going to be triggering them. But what we can do is use Inspire on... We'll do it on Aslifer over here.
Never let your guard down.
Ooh. Might as well just do that. That might be bad. Okay, there can only be one shot happening now, so she should be okay. Yeah. Possible, I'd like to get rid of this guy first. We can have him move, so I'm not worried about that. Good. Then you swap, grapple, shank, and you keep running. Okay, cool.
Don't worry, I'm here. Thanks.
War! Murder. Oh, thank you. Lord, thank you. Thank you. You saved my family.
Where the meadows are green and the brook
He takes a moment to survey his surrounding and suddenly looks queasy. Did you have to kill so many? There's 3 of them still alive. There's plenty. There's plenty. It's fine. I only killed 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 people. It's not that bad. It's not that bad, is it? What do you suppose? They were. Actually, no. My only regret was that there was not more of them to kill. That's horrible. Did you make bad sacrifices, they said? I did, but despite what these animals said, my family and I are Christian. I just thought I'd hedge my bets. The farmer holds out his hands. On the palm there's a fine old talisman. Take this, it's what got me into this mess in the first place. Thank you. I have friends in the city. I'll tell them what you've done. Everyone will know you're a good person. Now I must go call my family. God be with you.
Block when next to an ally.
It is.
Technically, we should give that to Rosqua. I just keep Rosqua's talisman on her the entire time because I do. No, memory serves, there's nothing unique to get here in Euphoric. Comparative, there's a unique things in Picklum that are pretty decent. These are not worth stealing. It's going to be a lot of loot rummaging Extreme Edition in this case. Just on the notion that the sooner we get this loot rummage, the sooner we don't have to worry about it. The downside is this cuts us off from doing my hands are not dirty heathens. I hate the markets at Euphoric here. It's just absolute ball ache to get through and steal everything in. It's a pound. Oh. There is a lot there is, yeah, I don't even remember what I was going to say, I'll be honest with you. Yes, there is a pickpocketing thing. There's a little child running around here that will pickpocket you. And you can involve yourself in a quest to track them down, confront them, and try to get your shit back. That can lead into an interesting question that we'll probably do. It's not difficult. by any stretch, and then we can kill everyone afterward. That seems to be the harbor master. So let's ensure that our ship can dock freely. The Port Gerfa of Euphoric is a squirrely monk with a harried expression on his arms full of scrolls. Weshal, you're here to see me? I seek permission to land my ship at your pier. His eyes guide over your armor and equipment and he swallows hard. What kind of ship are we talking about? How much will it cost to not answer that question? I don't understand your question, but I will keep in mind that you asked. So the fee is 15 pence a month. For a ship like yours, I'm required to demand a payment for half a year at a time. Considering your unique situation, I will be adding a few extra fees on top of that. Think of it as collateral. So in total, it comes out to 150 pence. I think we both know that that price is unconscionable. He licks his lips, I suppose. If we pretend for a moment that I were a high-born woman from the south, how much would you charge? Perhaps 100 pence? That's still a lot, isn't it? His eyes are fixed on your blade. A counteroffer? Pick the nails. Pick your nails with the point of the knife. Grant docking permission to the Dark Heart, and I'll let you keep all your fingers. Please. No need for threats. I'll give you permission. I'll give you permission. If you see your sacks again, it looks like the Porthlapia may have shot himself a little. If you bring your ship into the city, you won't be challenged. That made me happy. Now, as I said, the downside of being a bit of a myth here in okay, that timeline is stated for what's it called? By being negative with Northumbria, is that our relationship will not be strong enough to be able to do anything with a smith in town, but we're not doing anything with her anyway, so it's irrelevant. Ah! A very young woman, barely out of adolescence, stands in front of you at a table that has sprouted a dense flora of herbs and fungi. The girl looks far too demure for this line of work. Her timid voice drowns completely in the ambient chatter of the market, but fortunately her well-positioned stall and its blooming arrangement of wares still appears to attract its share of customers. Seeing you head toward her, she takes a step back to the shade of the canvas, as though hoping to become invisible and thus avoid your frightful patronage. What? Where'd the merchant girl go? I could have sworn she was just there a moment ago. Your performance seems to have turned the worst, scald red second-hand embarrassment, but the girl visibly relaxes and even permits herself to smile at your obvious display of humor. Forgive me, Hafid, I meant none of respect. My grandmother has instructed me to not deal with your people. You have goods I need, I have coin. Don't make it more complicated than that. Now, your reputation ties into how the price is factor. There are other alternatives as well, but at the moment we have a fair bit of medicine and we have a fair bit of herbs, so we do not need to concern ourselves with it. But she is willing to trade with us, and that's good enough for me. You don't mind if I take that, do you? I was caught stealing. I would think the only thing I get caught and stealing is the light or the easy ones. I suppose I got caught in Ragnhild's Hall. There's not enough hide in the game. Where'd the music go? What's the point of having this game if the only thing you hear is the sound of the game and not the music? Give me music. I want music. Yeah. Far too quiet in this game without music. At least there were ambient noises in Kingdom Come of birds clattering and everything. And in Fallen Order we had plenty of movement and things happening. Here I'm just running around looting. It's not the most enticing of actions being spotted. I mean, he's not wrong. I don't have respect for them. This guy caught me twice. We should kill him just for the sake of it. Ooh, a sax. It is shit. Nephew, do you want it? No. Kettle. 3626, not total. Destroy that too. Just give us some salvage for it. Good stuff for salvage. We use it to make good weapons eventually. That said, I don't mind making a new weapon pretty soon here for, not going to make too many there because we're soon going to go to Orkney, we're soon going to go to... Speaking of which, you're still at that. We'll just take them with us, it'll be fine. It's the place I call home. That knife is just that good. It's got more armor piercing, I think. It's got a heavy armor piercing quantity to it. It's impressive. I think we'll just put this on Roskva for now. You might have... No, this is 11.15.5. This is the same as I use, but it's not as amazeballs. But that's still a pretty good find, all things considered. Okay, dude. I've said dude way too much in the last 2 weeks. We're not going to talk to this guy because he's not going to do us any talk to us until we have completed the Northumbrian story. There's a birthing process happening there with a pig. I will do a hard save here. As I said, it's immediately obvious that the woman in the smithy is tough as nails, and she's currently pounding into a helmet with surgical precision. She responds to your arrival in her workshop with a nod that simultaneously communicates, yes, her being here is unusual and it's okay to think so, but if you dare voice such an observation out loud, she will be very disappointed in you. Welcome. Welcome, stranger. I have heard that there are new folks in town, and you fit the description. My name's Sigra. How may I help you? Just looking at the city. Admirable diligence, you found the armor smith. I have some damaged things. Suppose that won't hurt, just don't expect any discounts to cover your reputation. Show me what you need. 47 to fix that? Upholsterer's prices. Commission equipment. I'll say it like this. I'm not comfortable equipping strangers with arms and armor. Don't mean any disrespect, you just don't come back when you build a reputation yourself around here. Given how we're going to turn right around and do this, I don't think she's going to be very happy with us at any real point in time. That can go, cloth armor can go, the bow might be decent. The bow's terrible. Oh, Kyre. You gradually become aware of a woman watching you from down the street. When your eyes meet her gaze, her face lights up with a smile that beams the mischief. She raises a dainty hand in greeting and waves you closer. She is a gorgeous woman, somewhere in her early 20s. She's alluringly dressed in red fabrics worthy of a queen. You have no doubt that men would kill for her, and something about her makes you think, perhaps some have. Her voice is thick and smooth as honey. It's a rare thing to see such finely dressed visitors as you in our streets. She leans slightly to look past you, letting her eyes glide slowly across your hirtmen. With a retinue like that, you must be some manner of queen. Not quite. I'm but a thane. Her eyes are drawn toward Aslifer, and you notice her take small steps toward him. Though clearly based on your introduction, her next request is directed toward the combatant, because that's currently Aslifer's class. You speak in such a strange way. Will you say something in your own tongue? Should I do Danish? Do that in... No, how do I do that in Danish? I have no even idea. Whenever I do Danish, I just do the mock version. Now, I'll do it in Norwegian just for to make it more. Du er ei meget vakker kvinne. For deg, jeg vil gjøre alt du spør om meg, av meg. He conceals her smile coquettishly with the back of her hand, but she cannot conceal her excitement. That's beautiful. It sounded like some heathen spell almost. Fun fact, if you're playing a male character and you talk with her, you can say different things, like you're not somewhat immune to her charm, so you can say the exact same thing Aslifer said here. But you can also go, I intend to kill you all and burn this place to the ground. And she will say the exact same response because she doesn't know what you're saying, and it's beautiful. My name is Kyre, widow of the merchant Baldred. I'm honored to meet you. Aslifer takes her hand and gently touches his lips against the back of it. So he kisses her hand. The honor is all mine. Blatantly smitten, Kyre places her hand on top of Aslifer, sandwiching his hand between hers, She addresses you again without taking her eyes off your combatant. I don't wish to impose upon people of your standing, but you fascinate me. Will you consider lending me your aid? Aslifer gives you an imploring look, bordering on desperate. Roll your eyes at Aslifer. Notices your gesture but doesn't show it. He appears to be too far distracted by the proximity of Kyre. Not quite in the business of helping. Depends on the very nature of the agreement. My husband was a great man. We had not been married long when the disease claimed him. Yet I still live in sorrow of the loss. Kyre raises her voice slightly as she speaks, as if it takes on a strangely wispy quantity. It reminds you of Ada's telling her stories around the hearth when you were a child. Since his passing, I have known many suitors. Most I turn away, but for some I deem worthy of my attention, I bestow them favors upon 3 heroes of the past. All have abandoned me in the end. Smiling sweetly, she reaches up to brush a strand of golden hair away from her face. Somehow the gesture ends with a slender hand on Aslifer's chest, which is no way lost on him. If you can find them and reclaim my gifts, you will earn my undying gratitude, and you will be richly rewarded, I promise. Do tell. Here in Eurofric, my elflin knight still holds a white glove as token of what we once had together. And Scarborough, my poet carries my fairy ring, doubtlessly close to his heart, as though he too fled me in the end. A grey sadness comes over her. Far to the north, in the capital of the Picts, my bear still has my wooden horn that I bestowed upon him before I knew his cruelty. If you retrieve these past favors, I will give you a favor of my own, one that is worth more than the other 3 combined. I will remember it, but I promise nothing. That might be good, because I think Aslifer is cooperative. I will eagerly be awaiting your return, oh mysterious stranger. He dismissed this bemused grumble. Been putting too much stock in her childhood fairy tales, that one. See if that did truly what I wanted it to. Yes! Maybe we can do it. It will be completely besmirched with the male character if you are playing male. Did we rob this building? We haven't robbed this building, have we? We'll just bring them with us. They're confident. You got Bestie, and then you got shy emo girl that's gonna scare people. I hope for something equal to the knife I stole earlier. Again, the easy one they catch me with. It is a load of shit. I tell you that right now, Gottfried. It's a load of shit. It's a load of shit. I'm onto you. I'm onto you. You're telling. It's your fault. Remember that. Your fault. What a fucking yuck. We will go in there and rob it blind later. Oh, look at the little baby. Have we robbed everything inside the walls? Basically. Good, good. Hmm? Oh, we haven't robbed everything inside the walls. To the fort! Do you mind? I'm trying to click the box. I was able to click the box. He's all good. He's alright. Howdy. You missed us unambiguously flirting with a blonde woman. Whom is. I haven't done anything. I am innocent of all the crimes of theft you're trying to accuse me of. As you can tell, I'm completely innocent. I haven't done anything. I haven't raided a nunnery. I haven't done anything. I'm completely innocent. What do you mean you don't believe me? I would never lie to you. Swear upon my honor. Quit scoffing. You really have to go all the way around there to get the string off those... You know what? Don't question it. Don't question it. You'll live longer. Find a man matching Kier's description of her elfin night. Sweeping in the front of a house in a not-so-elfish manner, he becomes very ill at ease when it's clear that you mean to speak with him. Westhal. Let's skip all the bullshit and you give me the white glove, huh? The man is holding the broomstick in front of himself like he's trying to hide behind it. She chose you? Really?
There's a sharp edge to Aslifer's voice. And a matter of fact, she chose me. Are you fully aware what you've gotten yourself into? Kyra's beautiful, that's true, but not right in the head. What's that supposed to mean? The whole thing with me being her elflin knight? What title does she grant you? Her fairy princess? She's obsessed with these whimsical tales. Just give us the glove and I'll fuck off. I'll give it to you freely if you're so intent on it. It's worth nothing but the fond memories tied to it. The man ducks into his house, and the moment he reappears holding the white glove, distinctly with the index on his thumb. But one of your kind's parliaments will not be easy. Others are more as the one called poet I've met. He's a real sweet talker. Never met the other one, but a man from Picklin? Heard stories about. He's a jealous man with a violent temper, and you should watch yourself out there. I'll kick his ass. Happy were charms, you can drive a man to do horrible deeds. Well, I'm not a man, so it's a moot point. Did that give him another point of morale? Fuck! Grim, while you're here, can you quickly explain to me the understanding of a word? Concited. Actually, Google it real quick just so I know how to piss him the fuck off. Proud. Basically, is what a quick Google search told me that it means. Why not just write proud? So basically, I should be humble. Humble and willing. Wait, what? So he's aggressive, proud, cooperative, and pessimistic? I'm not digging deeper into that. Yeah, I did the quick Googling. Basically, I have to be humble and peaceful to piss him off. Which is not how I played this game. But I just need to piss him off so I can trigger a correct event. Because I would like to try his romance, because I haven't done that, so that would be interesting to see. I know you can romance him from the wiki. And again, the music is gone. Do you have some more Wesley reaches? I don't know how long arms you have to be able to reach out there, but I'm fine with it. See if you can activate the pickpocketing. Did anyone make it out? But anyway, thank you for your description of the word. Got to be kind when some gentleman helps us. No,
Always with the easy. I failed one hard so far. Everything else I failed has been easy. Such a shit, dude. Fuck that guy. Flame stick everything. Snap out of it. Yeah, freaking fair from sun and from his eyes filled with fear. Move on this place behind and begin anew. You what? Just pick up the lifetime road. Bear anyone. I don't think you can tell him to, you know, fuck off to like Orkney or whatever, so we're just gonna talk to this guy. One of the only nice angles in this fucking game. He's not a dick, and he's one of the only ones that aren't a dick. Hope you're not here for trouble. We have plenty already. Thralls and weak men, so I do not. I followed you then, but I left that life behind. Got sighted followers. Good. Met a man who survived the fire. Tough times, huh? So that should be him neutralized in that sense, I believe. Oh shit, we need to construct things. Shall we build the stronghold then? 2 weeks. Sure, we can wait 2 weeks. That's us safe thinking. Farm across there will take you. Move on with that. As Aslifer is down at 3 again, so that's good. There is one more quest here in Euphoric that we can do right away. Oh, they pulled the ship in. We have Phantom, we have Harald, we have Ketil, we have Rhea. Eventually, they're going to be wearing good gear. Naturally, that goes under the same sort of means of what we would consider good gear, I suppose. Because they're just going to be wearing hand-me-downs when we get better. Lady Favors, Orkney, Northumbria. There's one more quest there. I just don't remember precisely where its trigger is found. I know it's at a bridge, but like that doesn't really narrow it down, does it? We have bridge, we have bridge. We've walked over this bridge, and this is the bridge we meet what's-his-face on. If I don't find the guy, I'm not too concerned about it. Yeah, I'm not gonna waste too much time. Let's just go talk to the king. And make shrilly voices while we talk to the wanker. Right, cunt. He's got a bit of a bishop with him, and he's a right wanker. That bishop, yo. There's not a guy who deserves the axe more than that guy, let me tell you that. That guy, he should get a right hook right up his nose. Just watch him bleed from that damn thing. It'd be glorious, mate. Was that annoying and curvy and insane enough? Oh, but what's this? We get to rob you first. Hopefully we don't accidentally get caught robbing this guy. Should we talk to him before we rob him? Where would the logic be in that? Osred II of Northumbria. It's so bizarre. This game shouldn't make me want to play Crusader Kings, but it makes me want to play Crusader Kings. The King of Northumbria sits at the very edge of his seat, one grip on the armrest of his chair, craning his neck to count your herd entering his hall. By his side stands a man whose austere's robe marks him as a high-ranking religious figure. As you enter, he leans over to infect the king with a frown via a medium of cautious whispering. The king motions to his guard and they raise their weapons without aiming them at you. You stand before Osred, the King of Northumbria. My court has told me that you attacked a village on the coast and raided a convent of St. Augustine. Is there any truth to these accusations? We attempted to mediate between the nuns and a group of travelers from Mercia. Desperate, the Mercians attacked. We attempted to intervene, but to no avail. The king leans back in his chair and watches you with a studious look. He glances at the cleric behind him, but only reads the uncertainty on the man's face. Very well. As no testimony exists to contradict you, your word of honor will be taken as the truth. You are absolved of any suspicion of wrongdoing. What is your name, traveller? Thane, you say? We've not had a visit from your people before. That is to say, not to say that we are unfamiliar with you. Again, the religious man whispers into counsel into the king's ear. As previous travellers from Jutland have been somewhat troublesome, so you must forgive my caution. What is the purpose of your journey? We want trade. Osred's eyes flicker toward his guard. Anxiety causes his finger to claw weakly at the carvings of his chair. It is wise to seek trade with my realm, but the political situation is delicate right now. We have no time to negotiate trade routes. Think about it. If you turn it down, opportunity's done. Though Osred raises his voice, he doesn't sound particularly confident in his own display of outrage. Do not presume to threaten me in my own hall, heathen! The truth is I cannot have dealings with godless folk. The ilk cannot be trusted. Your god has denounced us, has he? There's little we can do about divine interference. Yeah, we'll just do that. I believe we have nothing further to discuss. That concludes the audience. I hope you won't begrudge us that we'll be keeping an eye on you as long as we are within the borders of our realm. Religious man beside the king
raises his hand in a strangely casual gesture. Be this, no? God save you all. Actually, he's got a crooked voice, wouldn't he? God save you all? Let's go have a chat with Leofric. A quick word, if you please. I trust you are not too surprised by His Majesty's rejection. After all, you are the foreign warriors of a pagan faith. He is a bit of a dick, and we did sort of go in expecting this, given the reputation the early readers would have had. Perhaps in the future things may be different between us. I hope you don't find this impertinent, but would you and your retinue do me the honor of a sparring fight? What terms? Myself and 5 of my people against yourself and 5 of yours. I will stake my spear, leech stave on the fight. There will be, of course, no deaths or serious injuries. We only wish to test your mettle, as it were. And you may likewise test ours. Why? To be completely forward, you are curious to see how warriors fight when led by a woman. I'll skin you alive, brother. Very good. We will borrow a suitable field to the south of the city across the river, meet in the mock combat in the spirit of friendship.
Oh, I forgot about him. A man dressed in simple yet elegant clothes takes a few steps toward you as you leave King Oswald's hall. He extends both hands to show he is unarmed. Can you see both hands right now? Am I doing this right? Though a smile rests on the man's lips, there is no hint of it in his eyes. I need to move this a little bit. There, that should be good. I cannot see the entirety of my camera, so I know what's on the screen or not. Yay! How fare thee, Valtheither? My name's Vala. I would like a word or two with you if you could spare the time. That's a very different tone than what the king took with me. Not afraid to be seen with the vile heathens. Vada's smile widens, but it's still nowhere near to be seen in his eyes. The king is proud of the strength of his faith. We are not all of us so pious. Do tell. Not here. We should talk in a more private location. Come. I know just the place. Which will be right over here. I had thought about doing a playthrough where I just use shielded characters, but like, what would it turn out to be? You'd have someone with a dagger and shield, everyone would have stun, you'd have one with an axe, maybe 2, and then you'd have 2-3 sword, like, because the sword is, I haven't showcased the perk until we'll get it, but sword gets an ability called Execute, and it does what it says on the till. Done. This will do. We're now away from prying eyes, and the halls and the walls of the old fortress lend some weight to our meeting, wouldn't you agree? If this is an ambush, I should be very upset. I have nothing to gain from ambushing you, but we both have much to gain from working together.
like the two people that are standing on the opposite side, and are probably people below us as well. I know you attack that covenant. Please, save your breath. There's no denying it. King Osred may be a coward and ignorant, but not all of us are so weak-willed. I am an earldoman under King Osred, a noble ruling a small shire to the south. But Osred is not my sovereign. I serve another, our former king Athelred. First of his name, he was disposed in exile a decade ago, but he has recently returned. I believe your arrival was quite fortuitous for Ethelred, and for our plans I believe he would agree. If you travel to Ingwill Wood, to the northwest of here, and meet him in his camp, you will have much to discuss. You have no reservation on enlisting the aid, despite my attack on the Covenant? I understand that your attack was motivated by simple desire. The desire to enrich yourself. You are a woman with no qualms about violence, and your loyalty can be bought. Can it? Aiding Ethelred in reclaiming the throne will surely redeem you, despite any moral shortcomings previously demonstrated. I'll hear what he has to say, but I'll make no promises. I would accept no promise from you at this stage. I will travel ahead and let Ethelred know you're coming. As Water turns to leave, a voice rings out from behind you. And what do we have here? An ealdorman conspiring with foreign heathens in secret? What will his majesty think when he hears of this? Damn, Osred's spies followed you from his hall. We must prevent word from our meeting from reaching the king, or Euphoric will be close to me. They won't leave this place alive. Now, this mother trucker comes in as a leader. Apparently he has 10 strength. And he comes in as a leader, basically. He's got a lot of good actions in here. He's got a lot of various skills, because the game doesn't give a fuck when assigning these things. Because he has, oh, he's got a spear. I didn't even know this. But he also has a Crucible Steel Sword and a Crucible Steel Spear, which are the best form of weapons you can get in this motherfucking game. So he's gonna do a lot of damage. Does he have it? He does not have it. He does not have the maxed out sword skill. We're better off keeping him with the sword. So we're gonna do that. We'll take him positioning here. I think me and Gunnar, in conjunction with him, can deal with these two. If you go here. That should be good enough to deal with that. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yep, should be fine. That was rude. Well, first thing first, they decided to present us with an easy target for a kill. So, let us take that. He's on intercept, okay. You should have the highest block chance, don't you? 72%, 48%, yeah. So we just have you go here, you should trigger that, and you should just straight up... That works too. If I could get a stun off on him, how likely is that? Is this physical? Physical resistance. So I cannot really get that off. Put you over here. I kind of want you back there again. Let's activate Tyr's favor. Think to note, Wada over here does not get that he does not get that ability on himself because he is not Norse. But that puts us at very, very good damage absorption, so we can now use Aslifer as we need to. Okay, I'll do it with myself actually. And then charge him. Because Nefia herself is decent at that as well, and we don't have that dangerous people. Specifically, if we're able to just casually shank him. We'll take Wada back here for now. He's gonna persist as a leader in the back line now. But he's not being fixed of his unfortuitous stuff. Pick. What's your range DR? 60? Yeah, you can survive a shot. Fire. You go there, you go here to persist an ability to go behind them. Grab your spear. He's got so much damage resistance from his armor, dude. And start whittling him down. Death blow. Inspire him, do that. Nefia. Frank. Whatever goes here. Guarantee the kill by giving it to Aslifer. Yay! Murder! The last of Ostrudmen falls, and with Neri a pause to catch his breath, Wada draws his knife and finishes each of the surviving members in the attack in turn. Please forgive me for that. It's play of cruelty. As I said, I'm just absolute sure that the word of our meeting does not make it to the king. He tosses you a coin pouch. Here, the leader had this. Now it looks like common robbery. It's only right you keep the coin as a thanks for helping me. 320 valuables. I'm leaving for England once more. I hope to meet you there. Go with God. Mine or yours, whichever favors you best. Torch are kinda useless to us when I think about it. We will look at the fir shield. It's not good enough. And none of our other warriors use shields. It's a moot point. But the cloth armor we can actually make somewhat use of. Let's give it to Phantom. And if we go down to where our ship is, which should be just at the harbor around here. There. Here. He's now wearing a nice padded jacket. Alright, let's go to World of Field where we meet Leofric and prepare to kick his ass. Now, Leofric over here, Leofric is one of 3 unique individuals. Because he will have, these unique individuals have certain always applied traits to them. In the case of Leofric, he is a shield master, which means he cannot have his shield or be damaged through his shield. He will always be blocking. I believe it says. We will look at it in a minute. We will toss down a save in front of this. We're not going to fail this by any means. But Uga the Viking, are thou ready for this match? We're ready. Very good. The fight will end when all warriors on one side are no longer able to continue. Leofric places a fine spear against a fence. It's decorated with the colours of his family. If you beat us, Lackstave is yours. As I issue the challenge, I ask no reward if we win. Let us get started. As stated, Leofric's a bit of a dick. Just because of that. Easy to deal with, but a bit of a dick. Where can we get Gunnar to? Can you get there? You can. It's like that. I have a plan. It's risky. Are you tired? Well rested, okay. Let's do non-lethal just for the sake of it. That's not even fun. You go there, you're not doing your action just yet. You will be moving after your action. You will go here. Prepare you. You just do the move now. Just take a second to imagine how terrifying that would actually be. Or like, oh, we just want to see how you're fighting. The first thing that happens, a big guy jumps over a log, immediately pins you down. Someone comes and stabs you directly in the throat.
Another guy comes, locks the other one in direct combat by brute forcing them and gets a concussion on them. And then someone else just comes and stabs them in the back. It will be all within the span of an instant. It's like, let's begin. Alright, let's do this. Done. That's effectively what just happened. They're going down. That's unfortunate. We still have a lot of damage to dish out, though. There's no point in doing that, but if you go here, we can do this. Now, in conjunction between the two of them... Fuck it. There's no point in doing maneuvering this turn. Just give it a wall. Didn't mean to do that. That's okay. Do we have any injury? No. Maybe this is like a finely scripted thing. Yeah, good. Leo Frick staggers back onto his feet. That was educational. Yeah, that was, I'm greatly impressed, Viking. None in this kingdom can bust me in battle. You will be a match for the greatest warriors I know. As promised, Leechstave is yours. Is it Leechstave, I think? Good fight. I had fun. Fun, in fact. Interesting. Now, if you forgive me, I must take my leave. My duties await. Each Herdman gained 3 skill points. Leechstave. Leofric received this spear for the contest he won, where he won the title of champion. However, since he favors the sword and shield, which really did him a lot of good out there, it was never used there. Instead, it found its purpose on his hunts and has felled many a wolf over the years. This will for a moment go to Nefia, and Phantom will take Wormstave. Do we keep it? 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 We can keep it, I guess. Oops. I didn't remember you had a stolen sword. It's not nice to steal, you know? Actually, you know what? Let's do this. You can take the spear, because you'll be able to use it with a proclative. And you can take this, and you can take a simple knife. These simple knives are respectively fair, I suppose.
Yeah, we can keep the simple knife. But now we have points we can spend. Not enough points, apparently. Damn it! You don't have anywhere near enough, not enough, not enough, not enough. No. Actually, he might. We're so close. We're so close to being able to make mail. I would like to quickly do another trip throughout Euphoric just to see if I can find this guy yelling about the beasts or whatever he is doing. Because if we can do that quest, we should get enough to get our skill. Looks like I may have missed the trigger for this one, but I'm not super concerned with it. Let's just head to the campaign map and see what we can do onward. I think we'll go and meet up in the forest and do some of the things we can do there. To the northwest, he said. Huh? Will we be able to make it there before we're tired? 19 hours? Well rested. We have gone hungry. Let us wait for a wee bit. Adis should be able to do another thing. You to do another rank of guard and you do clean. The other one we have, was it Kettle? Kettle will not be gone rested. I know you do. Ruerox. What I need to do. Assign meat to all. We still have meat that will spoil. So you go and preserve instead of hunt, and we're good. But I was going to check what type of armor we're able to craft now. We're able to craft lamellar armor. Now, unsurprisingly, this, as far as I'm concerned, is not gonna cut it. You have to go 40% reduction on both to have it be worth it. Because if I just make those really good in armor, and like the only one who could use this to any degree of competence would be Adis. Because she has a very good block chance, so the missiles are less likely to phase her. But we don't get that same benefit from them. Helmet-wise, Aventail helmets like this are bloody perfect. You're not going to get much better. They produce a little bit reduced visibility, but it's not bad. Other than that, I don't think we can make particularly adept weapons yet. Because we still only have 3 points in that ability. We can make slightly better knives than what we have. But it's not worth it at this point because we're not struggling for damage. He's still... You have to remember, Leofric and what's-his-face, they were elite warriors, effectively. Evening wears on, and you notice Kettle has not yet returned from his hunt. He's not usually out this long. Rhea returns from her patrol and reports no sign of the hunter. Search for Kettle. You grab your weapons and set off along the trail he used. It's getting pretty dark, so you'll have to light a torch to find your way. We will probably fail this perception just due to we're fatigued. You walk long, slow, and careful to look at the traces for Kettle. Finally, at the edge of the forest road, the light of your torch reflects off something wet, blood splattered across the ground. Search in silence. Thanks to your keen eye for detail, you are able to track the wounded creature through the dense foliage by the blood it left on the underground and the branches of the trees. Eventually, you locate Kettle. The hunter is sitting on the moss-covered trunk of a fallen tree, idly kneeling, kneading his bowstring between his fingers. A wounded buck lies in front of him, evidently the source of the blood you spotted. I'm sorry I took so long. You didn't have to come look for me. How long have you been out here? Kettle blinks, surprised. I'm not sure. What happened? He stares uneasily at the dying buck. An arrow protrudes from its flank. I missed, that's all. Looks like you hit it just fine. I was aiming for a clean kill, not this. Come on then, kill it and let's go back to camp. You can see his jaw tighten. I can't. What do you mean? His voice is coarse. I can't kill it. I tried. I don't know. Well, end its suffering. I'm telling you, I tried. Just be stern. You have to kill it. You'll be of no use as a hunter if you can't kill a deer. He stares at the buck for a long moment and for a long, silent moment, his hand quivers slightly as he takes out his knife. With his shoulders drawn up, he approaches the dying animal and kneels beside it. He places a hand on its neck. It has no life left to flee. Kettle slits its throat cleanly and lets out a trembling breath as the buck expires. He turns to look at you with a glint in his eye. I don't know what happened. I don't know what happened, Trerox. Something broke. Come on, let's get back to camp. I'll carry the buck. You hoist the buck over your shoulder and Kettle leads you through the forest back to camp. And your scouts find something interesting in the area. Well, we gotta go check that out. It could be free wood. Timber's got a lot of value to us. Water skin, another water skin, and a singular piece of hide. Whoop the fucking do. Gunnar Aegis, Asleifer, Nefja, and Russell. We don't have the gear to bring the others with us. Two hours already. Jesus Christ, man. I do want to prepare to return towards Skjern in this playthrough.
Be wary. The sidelines are poor and the ground is thick with concealment. A small group like ours is easy to ambush.
Good call. Destroy the process. Scout. Way out. For one of these things, we need to go to Scotland to Halt! Declare your name and your intention. Rurox, Skjern, invitation, water. Sentry immediately stands aside and lets you bow. Forgive me, you're expected in the king's tent. Thank you. Shut up. You know what? Let's go in and do this properly. Let's rob everything from the king's camp, talk to the king, and then see what we can do. Yes, may he be with me. It's fine having hard stealing talent if there's nothing in them. What's interesting is Wada is standing there on doing his thing, but Athelred himself is just meandering around the camps. You can watch me all you please. It's not, I'm not gonna steal anything less from you. Didn't pay attention to what that person said. Given how we've been stealing anything and everything that isn't nailed down, I do jolly well presume she won't trade with us. So I just say, let's keep stealing. Athelred's tent is filled to the brim with stuffed trunk sacks and stuffed with furs, weaponry, maps, cutlery, and assorted valuables. The tent is empty except for Vada, who looks no worse for wear than since you last saw him. I'm glad you decided to take me up on my offer. Our former and future king should be with us shortly. May I offer you a drink? No. Of course, I hope the offer didn't offend. We've had very little contact with your people until now, and also know nothing of your culture. I think nothing up, like most of my people wouldn't hesitate to accept a drink on any circumstance. Wada is about to reply when Ethelred, the first, strides into the tent, seizes you up with one approving look, and nosily throws his weapons onto the table. How was the hunt, your majesty? Fruitless. What should we do with him? Maybe a bit more egotistical? Fruitless. Our camp seems to have scared off most of the game, and I'm not king yet, so stop calling me your majesty. Yes, your highness. Ethelred reaches out and clasps your hand firmly, and unexpectedly respectful greetings. You must be Trugarux of the Danes. Vara told me you made quite an impression at Osric's court. Again, his eyes scan you appeasingly. I was certain he was taking the piss when he told you were a woman. Yet here you are. Remarkable. The disposed king pours himself a cup of ale and takes a large swig. Has anyone accurately explained the details of the situation? I know enough. You're willing to work with us if we help you regain the throne. Is that about the size of it? That's the long and short of it. If we act quickly, we can secure a stable power base before harvest. We'll have plenty of time to help you avoid your problems. Assurance? You have my word on the honor of and the honor of my family. As long as the past and future king of Northumbria, I will be your ally for as long as I sit on the throne. What's the plan? We need the support of the church. That sounds like a terrible idea. We don't need an outward show of support, but we need to know we can count on the bishop to count me when I come back to throne. We are sure to be much use in that respect. On the contrary, my dear woman, you're exactly what we need to win over him. Right. You two can talk it over. I'm gonna go check on the men. Forceful personality, our future king, isn't he? I've known worse. I'm sure I should enjoy to hear about that some other time over a mug of ale. But on to the matter at hand. How to begin the fixture of what's-his-face? Why is his support necessary? Normally kings and queen are crowned on the... with an age mot? With an age mot? Sure. The meeting of the wise men. The bishop is a part of that. And he supports whatever the council decides. Since we are planning to take back the throne by force, we can't count on the bishop. We still need him once Ethelred is king again. Anbad? Fucking name, dude. Loves nothing more than pagans converted. If you can make him think we've brought you into the fold, so to speak, he'll be impressed indeed. And how I may convince him of such? He'll undoubtedly test you. It's common to use Apostle Creed for such a purpose. If you can recite it correctly, that should be proof enough. It seems easy. Yeah. Uh-huh. His father was spirit, he died, he came back to life. Pretty straightforward compared to the story, so. Our gods. This plan seems very flimsy. If he wants to believe you've converted. Okay. That seems like a terrible fucking dumb idea. Will be owed a great debt of gratitude. The kingdom and family will be a great powerful ally. We'll proceed with our own preparation in the meantime. Group. What's the trouble? Can help. He wants us to go find his daughter and some people that are terrible. You're those foreign mercenaries Wada brought in, aren't you? Group is flagged down by a slender woman with mud on her face and an errant leaf stuck in her hair. I'm Tara, the captain of the scouts. That's a funny thing, because she's just going to be, really? You're contemplating the fact that I'm counting on the scouts when you're leading these guys? It's fun. It makes more sense when you're a dude and you pick that option. Is that a leaf to help you blend among the trees? Tara blinks confused and she seems to get it and she runs around through her hair with a grin. The leaf remains. I don't want the trees to suspect me as an imposter. Listen, She's a spy in my ranks, and I need outsiders' help, and you're the only visitor here we've had in weeks who knows which way to hold a weapon. I can sort that out, but our aid isn't free. She flashes a handful of silver crown points. She's sure she's good for it. It's about 600 valuables worth. If I have one less scout to pay at the end of this war, that's 30 pence I can offer you instead. Alright. Don't know who the spy is, otherwise I would have put a knife through his eye socket already, but I know who his contact is. A slimy snake of a trainer called Willy Broad. Willy Broder. No, it's not even Broder. Fucking Anglo-Saxons, dude. Like, name your people with pronounceable names. Like, is it so fucking hard? He's on his way here with his usual shipment of pelts from the south. On his way, Willy Broder being past euphoric for a little chat with some of Ostred's men. What are you asking us to do? Intercept him before he reaches the camp and make him tell you who he's meeting. I don't care if he survives the questions. Then find the damn spy and pretend that Ostred sent you to buy this information. Once he takes the bait, kill him. Give it a shot. Alright, time to run around and rummage in all the bushes around this area here. Bloody mercenaries. Because we're not very liked by these people. Oh, we're somewhat liked, but they don't like us. I see people. As soon as they see you, let's read this properly, shall we? You find the young wolf hunters huddled around a campfire, jugs of ale scattered across the ground. The oldest of them looks and is just past his mid-teens. A man, but not yet much of one. As soon as they see you, they jump to their feet and ready their weapons. You notice a fair amount of swaying. They've been hitting those jugs a little too hard. Who's that? Put those weapons away unless you want me to skin you alive. All the weapons are immediately dropped. Sensible young people, despite all the ale. You can tell them we're fine. There's no need to worry. Then tell how the hunt went. We haven't dealt with wolves yet. There's too many of them. There's 5 of you. Spiders all you want. There's even a dozen of them, and those bees are dangerous. If I deal with them, will you fuck off? No skin, it's just... I get pelt for wolves. Follow the path in the woods. There's north of here on our narrow path. Alright. Maybe this thing. I don't actually know if this is north. I do know we're going there, though. A young woman lies dead in the leaves. Her body has been torn to shreds, half-eaten entrails spilling out onto her blood-soaked earth. There's no doubt wolves killed her. Covers his mouth with his hand. Freya's freckles. Those beasts really did a number on her. Takes a knee next to the corpse, careful not to sit in a pool of intestines. She doesn't look related to any of those kids. Could this be the Armsmaster's daughter? Dear. They left her to die. And the wolves are nowhere to be seen, long gone probably. So it was all a diversion. Should head back to camp, see what's going on. They'll be empty. They're running with their tail between their legs like a bunch of sassies. Go do this quest before we explore the rest of the area. Empty, no surprise there. We should tell the Amsmaster what happened. Let's actually find the fucker.
Not a young one should be wearing a yellow and red quilted coat. Yep. Carter, I heard what you said. Did Wilfred's boys get your daughter killed? I just saw those boys come through the camp and leave through the northwest entrance in a damn hurry. I presume that's going to be over in yonder direction. Fucking shut up, Edelstein. I don't care about the rest. Are you scout? You're a scout. We're not here for your face just yet. This is where we ambush what's his face, which means we're going just down here. The wrong fucking button. It works. It was worth it. Everybody's here, as everyone should be. Should be able to stun, block, unfortunately, and fight. That's the only one that I'm somewhat worried about at the moment. We can kill him though. Rude. Actually, you do need to try to stun him, actually. If you do this, then do this. He shouldn't be able to get out of that. They kind of want them alive so they can stand trial, but like... Dead. Dead is dead. Dead. Dead is dead. Why is the music so quiet? Did I accidentally turn it off or something? Give me music. Give me atmospheric music. Yeah. Those who did rock crawl file for the power. So my friends with some other men to drag them back here. That is what they did. Nail Ripper. That I made for her 16th birthday. Ooh. Might be worth taking Kettle with us for a bit then. I hate this location, dude. Pass down a save. Let's ambush this motherfucker after 4 hours. In live. Not good. Not good. Can you death blow her? This be good shit. The fight is over. Wilbur and Thanos slowly coming to among the leaves. Still look good. Tell me who the spy is, so I'll give you a new word of the meaning pain. Even bitch. You're not one of us. You have no stake in this. Don't stick your nose where it doesn't belong. Stab him through the hand. Wrong answer. Wilbur screams in agony. You won't be doing any tanning with that hand soon. Stop, you monster. I'll tell you what you want to know. Tanner reaches behind. Painfully behind him. After a bit of rummaging, he retrieves a small scrap of fabric with the colors of Osric crest. I was told to give this to a scout who had been experienced much hardship through their young life. It's the only thing I have to go on. So we're talking about a young scout that's been in a tough situation. Okay. Fuck. 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 The Roman's kettle. Yes, dude. We have to remember, he's also wearing this. He's effectively at +1 morale. I have 2 spike tokens. Okay. Alright, now we just need to find these spies that are scattered around all over the place, and we need to talk to them and observe them, look at them, and then safe scum the fuck out of it. So I'm gonna do it anyway. You can do this based on the description. The man stands among the ferns beneath the crest of a hill, scouting over the rocks. He doesn't appear to notice you until you're well within arrow range. Then he starts to turn, hilt on his knife. Analyze his appearance. Scout must be someone in his late 30s. Red curls and a beard adorn heavily tanned face, which is gray. Eyes glaring at you suspiciously. He wears sturdy hide armor of expensive quality with an adorned silver crucifix sewn onto the crest. Who are you? Key watch for Ethelred. Can I ask you something? Love your respect, piss off. Not politely, any way you can. Doesn't seem to be him because he's in his 30s. Oh, flower. Isn't there supposed to be a scout near here somewhere? A young man stands in the shadow of a dense tree, turning often and scanning well into surroundings with alert eyes. As soon as you spot him, he notices you as well. Pursue his appearance. He looks to be his mid-teens, messy brown hair, dark eyes. He is tall and larky. His movements are quick and precise. He wears a simple outfit with no adornment or accessories, save a knife holster on his left thigh. His nose is distinctly crooked, as if it's been broken more than once, and you notice a patch of rough pink flesh on the back of his neck extending down his back under his tunic, a scar from a horrific injury. I think this is our man. Who are you? Though his eyes are uniquely condescending manner of a young person who doesn't understand that he has nothing to be condescending about. I don't see what that's any business of yours, but in case it's not obvious, I'm watching for the northern approach for signs of trouble. Keep up the good work. Then the next should be a lady face, like Lady Chen. Options. That's the first guy. So unless she's of the similar age of inclination, we should have already found the guy just now. And then we can accidentally slip our knife into his belly. You know, purely perchance. The young woman stands next to an old oak. When watching the western approach with a vacant look of someone whose mind is elsewhere, she's seen you long before you reach her, and she turns to watch you climb the rocks. You estimate her age to be early 20s. Green eyes gleam under dark bangs. She is short, with a healthy, plump build. Her skin is smooth and pale. Her dainty hands rest on her hips, within quick reach of her knife's hilt. Several different forms of crosses hang around her neck. You notice a few charms and more complex designs hanging from her belt, made from bone and wood adorned with intricate patterns. Who are you? Exert athletics to the scout. My scratches are straight woods. Doesn't try anything. Because the description we got was, does actually our log tell us this? Who has experienced much hardship despite their young age. Which will be the other guy, wherever the fuck he is. Yeah. Flower. This one over. Oh my lord, dude. I will find you again. That's the first guy we talked to. That's the second one we talked to. There he is. This should be Bald Scout. You will accidentally get stabbed. As I said, I will toss down the save. Show him the ribbon. Look quickly around to make sure no one else is listening. Thought you may have my contacts on the interest. Let's get this over with. Thank you for admitting it. Fuck. I had no choice, alright. I was an orphan. Me and my mates, we used to live in street Euphoric, just doing odd jobs, never hurt anybody. When Oscar became king, one of the first things he was clean up Euphoric. So him and his thugs came around, caught us, beat us, threw us in the dungeons. He forced me to come here, join up with Ethelred and his men, spy for him. If we didn't, he'd kill my friends and leave me to rot in a hole. such a distinctive style of playing this game where I just sort of kill anyone I fucking can for the sake of it, for having the absolute ignorance and defiance to be different than what I am, and it just always hurts the goal, because this just comes. This is just natural. It just always happens. Dead. There's a bunch of trouble fun to get a job done when everyone else is preoccupied with your abilities. And you earn this. Thank you. Next, we actually have to go. We're gonna go to Pictland next, I think. Go to Pictland. We're not gonna do the next part of Euphoric. We're gonna go get introduced to Pictland, do Orkney. Now we can look at these people. The next thing I want is that, so we're just gonna save our points. Do you want axe? 40. Oh, you have favored by Thor. Mental resistance and crit chance plus 10. I always try to max this with him, but we do not need to max that yet. And we do not need to worry about anything here as of now. So I think we'll just make you do more damage. Adis can take an additional point in your shield. Roska, my girl. I should have gotten witchcraft. The increased damage with the knife is just so good. So good. Pick up sword damage. Rhea takes bow. I guess Phantom takes spear. You take bow. You will go here and we will get armor? Armor. As I stated, we will now head toward Scotland. We'll rest around this area, I think. Should be a camp around here somewhere. I'm not gonna make this stream as long as I did my other one, but now we can and need to look at crafting armor. Because as stated, they cost 80, but we're making a damn good suit of mail armor. Resistant to fire, to add one more item in combat, to allow for ease of movement, and poison resistance or HP regen. We have enough armor webbing to get to. We have padded for poison, which I don't really care about. I think we'll just do none for this one, because this is just for the sake of making a really good good mail. Adis. Guess we'll do that again. And we'll just make camp real quick. Someone is approaching camp alone, warned, unlikely to pose a threat. You meet with a man at the edge of the camp. He is wearing a dark coat and a wide-brimmed hat that casts his face in shadow, and he leans against a long staff. You can tell by the fact that he's old, but he seems to be in good health. To everyone's surprise, he addresses you in unaccented Norse. My name is Grimnir, and I have walked far. May I rest at your fire tonight, then? Custom dictated such request should never be denied. The wanderer slowly takes his place at your fire, which somehow fails to illuminate his face. You sound Norse, Grimnir. Where are you from? The old man coughs. Perhaps the smoke from the fire got into his lungs. I am not Norse, nor is this land my home. I come from a land far away from here. The fire light catches in one of his eyes. The gleam gives him an impish look. Do you believe in the gods? No. A rare thing among your people, a brave thing, but you are wrong not to believe. The gods exist. There is no doubt about that. The question is, what form do they take? What is the nature of their existence? There is certain stories that are told everywhere, through all ages. Their stories are use certain figures, personalities that we have come to instantly recognize because they are constant of the human experience. How did I just go from starting mock Norse to mock Russian? The mysterious wanderer, for example, or the virtuous but naive hero, or the good, too good to survive this world, the kind pure virgin, the dumb and brutish, yet loyal and honest warrior. And of course we must never forget that trickster. These are the gods. They live in us and our stories. They are reflections of our world. You need to make sense of the world? It is as you say. The ruler is an important figure from culture to culture. To some figures, such as the trickster, change very little. But the ruler often changes quite a lot. How the regent of the gods is portrayed can teach us a lot about how culture sees the rule of the leader. In your tradition, the Allfather is not somebody you can rely upon. His obsession with knowledge, with power, make him unpredictable. To Odin, honor must not stand. Honor must not stand in the way of expanding his wisdom and maintaining the safety of his people. In a culture that values honor amongst, almost to the detriment of all else, that is interesting, don't you think? What can we learn from this? Nothing, they're just stories. No story is ever just a story. Each is the culmination of millennia of oral tradition. I will not tell you what I think. What is important is the meaning that you yourself derive from these stories. Let it help you decide whether you fit in the grand scheme of things. Without another word, the old man lowers himself on the log and wraps himself in a pelt and goes to sleep. When you leave the tent the next morning, he is gone. The sentries say he left shortly before dawn. I want to take stock real quick of where our companions are in their loyal, unwavering, pleased, indifferent, pleased, unwavering, indifferent. Open-minded, pessimistic, independent, peaceful, and cooperative, optimistic, skeptical, cunning. We haven't been very... Yeah. Speaking of which, let's look at the mail he made us. He made us an agile suit of armor. I might actually take that myself. This next suit we'll give it to Roskva, because she
She doesn't have any semblance of armor. That gives us a fully suited. Did we make peace right here? Why not? Why not? Take Kettle with us for a spin? Like I said, eventually we'll want another brawler to assist in locking down people, but I think Nefia there to stab people with her knife as well has been proving super useful. And there we stand in our little male shirt over here. It looks quite good. It looks quite nice. I think to know that it actually restricts our movements a fair bit because we weren't using it before, and I don't think we have the reduced. Oh no, we do have it, but we do not have. Yeah, we do not have the one additional movement. These are Pictish warriors. Interesting. I do notice the fact that Roskva is wearing an armor now, though. Nefia was standing one step behind us. She can't even make it up here. We're just going to take this first turn to do good maneuvering. And that puts us at 89 and 94 DR respectively. That is disgusting. But it serves to complete reminder what I said at the start of this playthrough. The early game's challenging. The second you start getting mail, it's just like, whatever. The only time you're going to be losing people is if they get stunned and one-tapped. Which will happen, by the way. Unit here. Should have tossed that first in case we missed. We didn't. Take one step back, activate this, and charge. Off with your leg.
Didn't expect that, huh? Thought I was just for looks?
You don't hear that often from Roskva, because you don't often use her in combat. I like it. Taking one step there won't do anything. This should do something in terms of our damage implication. Right, let's use Thor's Blessing, shall we? We might as well just reset his skill bar to what we might want, because we do not need a Reckless Strike if he doesn't use a Danax. Tactical move we want on his bar, but we want it on his secondary bar down here. Let's take Thor's Favor. And we'll leave the remaining slot open for when he gets his next ability, which we may use. Fire arrow, huh? End that combat immediately. Fire arrows are a load of wank. Because they will apply injury each and every fucking time. Roskva should just be able to straight up heal him. Should be able to heal him through this encounter. Herman still have available shifts. He is one of them. Angus is one of them. She can just rest, I guess. You know. And you can go on hunting. If I give you, okay, you can't preserve. Set off a moot point anyway. You know, it's obvious we're not going to get what's this called, so I will take the next opportunity to do any other romances that arrive. Not with Nephew, though. I think that would be a bit weird. Groggily next to the Emperor camp, attacking with Spirit's blonde nest on her head with a comb. Morning. Oh, this is different quest. You don't look like you got much sleep. No, I had a really bad dream. We're gonna take care of this one today, I think, just to get it over with. But before that, we have to explore Pickland, and after Pickland, we will immediately head to Orkney, and from Orkney we'll return to Skjern. I had a really bad dream. I dreamt of a Fura even. Suits the fee. Looks like her hair is staying tangled and frayed for the foreseeable future. I fix you with a harried look. She was walking toward a meadow naked. There were ravens circling her. It was twilight. It was like that endless twilight in the summer. One of the ravens landed on her and dug its claws into her, but she didn't bleed. I shouted for her, but I couldn't hear my own voice. She's dying. She was dying when we left. Maybe she's already dead now. I got her medicine. Didn't that help? For a bit. She got out of bed. She could walk around. It kept the curse in check, but it didn't end it. Hellsut. Decease. Same thing. We could go back and check on her. As soon as we can spare the time, if you take me back home, I'd be grateful. You heard been eaten or something interesting has been found nearby. Good. Good. You and your herd are making your way through the mountain pass lined with dense foliage. It's short of a gnarly shrubbery rugged conifers. Conifers? That's stubborn enough to live in the mountains. A strong feeling of unease creeps upon you. For a moment you scan the path ahead, but nothing but the wind seems to move the foliage. You only make it another 10 or so fathoms down the road before warriors explode out of the undergrowth. Around you, brandishing spears and swords, you find yourself surrounded. Prepare for trouble. Then let's prepare for trouble. We do not abide by these trouble they speak of. We will win this fight, but we are the Vikingar. För fan. There are 9 of them, and you immediately identify their leader, a short, dark-haired woman with a compact physique and the shadow of a crow painted across her face. Flashes you a bright grin. Well, what a surprise! More guests from across the seas. What are you called, friend? Trurox. Do tell. Which proves an elegant bow without letting her guard down. Gran! And where do you think you're going then? We're heading towards Perth. He takes another smile. Just a chat then, eh? Well, friendly and such. More guests. Do elaborate on that. We had some bother with your kind recently. People dressed just like you, aren't just like you, and row their big ship up to small villages and churches, kill indiscriminately and take what they want. I need money. Well, seeing as how you people have been behaving around here, I doubt you'll find much luck, but we'll escort you to Perth if you want to go there. Seems like a win for us. We're going to Perth anyway. Assuming this one doesn't turn out to be a trap, which seems a likely outcome from where I'm standing. It'll leave us little choice. We'll be happy for the company. The warrior woman's face splits into a wide grin and adds symmetry to her crow tattoo. No fight today, lads. This turned out much better than I expected. Let's get these people to Perth. Not quite sure if that's Irish or Scottish. I have no idea. No idea. It's just going to be her voice, you know? It's going to be a very easy voice to get into. It's going to be very easy to maintain the balance of how to speak as Grain. She's standing right there, too. The whole of the Pictish king is heavy, with the smell of fried meats. The air inside is hot and still, but in a cozy way that avoids being stifled. The throne is Spartan and unassuming, no more than a sturdy chair draped with seal skin. Seal? Its occupant stands up to get a better look at you when you enter the room. What have you brought me now? What have you brought me now, Gran? Have you taken to the Have you taken to the defeated Vikings into my halls like a cat bringing home a dead mouse? I'm doubly thrilled it doesn't need to belong to a battle-hardened warrior woman. I haven't fought this lot at all. In fact, I've been uncommonly friendly so far. Now, if you do fight and are able to win the battle when you first meet her, the dialogue here will be different because the king will be decreeing these are the Vikings that beat you. She'll just be no comment. The king of Pictland lets out a faintly bemused gaze as he wanders to you and your herd, stroking his long beard. We have guests then. Forgive my insolence, Vikings. I am Constantine MacFerguson, king of Pictavia. And Trurox, the Thane of Skjern. You're the first of your kind who's bothered to come here and introduce yourself. Mostly you just terrorize the coastal villages and loot our monasteries. Why have you come then, if not to burn and pillage? Trade? I mean you no offense, but why the hell should I believe a word you're saying? I have an enemy at my doorstep at fucking Conigal. Right, little snapper, I'ma tell you that. I have enough on my hands to deal with. I can't be dealing with you as well. Get the hell out of here, you stinking nurse woman. You're welcome to stay in Perth for as long as you wish, since you kept your weapons in check when you met with my dear girl over there. But kindly, bugger off. It belongs to whoever takes it out of that damn chest of yours. Now, as per usual, we're going to be doing everything we can in these newly found areas. A lot easier to voice Garen and Stason. No idea how to pronounce the guy's flipping name. Let's see what Garen has to say for us. I don't care if I'm pronouncing the name incorrectly, by the way. I do not give a fuck. I have nothing to gain by pronouncing it correctly nor incorrectly, so... Oh, there you have it. Being as our kingdom is under threat from raiders along the coast and that shriveled dick nugget by the name of Connell is biting at our heels. Do tell, what's with the crow? Why, a crow flew into my face once. It's been there ever since. No, it's the one of me goddess, the Morrigan. You're not Christian? Sure, I'm Christian, the Lord's shepherds, in time of peace, but in fight, I need a Morga beside me. Do tell. They fly as crows above the battlefield, foretelling doom and death in battle. They're not what you'd call guardian angels, really. Most people harbour fear and abhor them, but I've always had this feeling deep down in my gut that they've chosen me. I called on them before every fight, and they've never let me down once. Why would that be fucking ironic if I'd beaten the crap out of you then, wouldn't it? If you do ask her after having defeated her, she'll just respond with, because fuck you. So who's Connell? Who's Connell? There's one of the many blokes here who wants to be king instead of the king. Only this one has an army somehow. You know what? I think those Northumbrians are funding it. Anyway, enough about myself. As soon as I finally gather courage to attack, I'll kill him myself. More power to you, girl. Thank you for taking us there, at least. Fuck you. With a spring in her step, the warrior woman steps down the path toward the bottom of the hill where her warriors are waiting for her. Oh, that went as well as expected. Don't suppose we should wait for a spy to show up and invite us to talk that is Connell in a forest camp somewhere. A young woman is casually leaning against the side of on the other side of the trunk of a large tree nearby. She appears to be preoccupied with her fingernails, but you're pretty sure she is listening to your conversation. I have a good feeling about this Kostrin, to be honest with you. He seems to be a worthy ally, unlike Ostred. We need to prove to him somehow that we're worthy of his trust.
Well, that should be straightforward, right? We'll find this person and we'll whack him in the face.
Doesn't he have an army? Then we need to catch him. Could work. The young woman who has been listening in from behind a tree steps out. She's holding a spear in one hand and a hunting bow in the other.
I may be able to help with that.
Aye, you may. There's a slight nervous tremble in her voice. I may be able to help with that. I was wondering when you'd stop eavesdropping. She gives you a bashful look. You saw me? What the fuck? Yeah, not many are as quick of eyes as Truerock's here. She brushes a strand of fiery red hair away from her eyes, revealing the ivory skin across her delicate features. She can't be more than 18 winters old. My name is Afi. I've been watching you since you arrived in Perth. And who are you? My father is Niall MacBrennan, the king of the Kite and descendants of Catherine McCatherine. Catherine? I'm a huntress in service of grain. Caith, as in a kingdom? Where's it located? Well, some kingdom of Pictavia, a large territory spanning the northernmost part of the Isle. My father is loyal to... what's his face? Costrasten? And you have something to offer? Yeah, I'm not a fan of Eastrovers. I know a girl who's had a relationship with his master at arms. I know where Kiltrim is. If you find Kiltrim, you'll find McConnell. Take us to her? Aye, but I want to come with you to fight Connell. No. It's only the height. It's only a hint around my Grace Farm slightly deeper. Why not? You're a child. I mean, no, it's not necessarily that. It's just you're not pagan. Savages, you know what we call you, barbarians. All the more reason. We stand still as a rock for a few moments. Her face so red, she looks like she's about to catch fire. And she nods once, turns on her heel, and marches off briskly. Nefia stands at the back of her neck, slightly embarrassed and tights factor. Alright, that was weird. But now we have something to go on. Let's ask around if we can find the one who's fucking one of Paul's men. I need to do that in a proper voice.
But now we see. But now we have something to go on. Let's go ask around with her, but let's see if I can find the girl who's fucking one of Paul's men. Ha
So basically, with the way we're doing now, we're basically just cutting off Morkant and Aefi from, we're cutting off Morkant and Aefi from being in our party and thus assisting us at the end of the game. You have to make a choice between one of them, and inherently, when it comes down between the two alliance choices... Oh, really? I ain't abiding by that, because last time I actually successfully looted the place, I got crucible weaponry. We're not fucking with that. We're not fucking with that. We can get crucible weapons. I'd be ecstatic. But in the end of the day, Aefi is a spear, you know what? Nefia was with us when we got this suit of armor, so why don't we just... Actually, no, we should give it to Adis. We'd give it to Adis just straight up. And we'll give this suit to... Kettle will do fine without. Let's give it to Harold here. But we get a Crucible Axe for him. He'll take Howling Witch in his offhand. Adis will get the next axe. What do you lose? Mailbiter, Armor Piercing, 12 AP, 13 AP, so it's a +1 AP, so you lose a bit of AP, but with Heavy Strike, that's a moot point. But you gain so much more damage that it's just straight up worth it. I do think she can use Mailbiter. And you can take this in your off. I guess. That's just silly, the fact that there are crucible weapons in there that you can get at the start of the game with a high enough skill. It's just silly. That said, we're still far away from the point where we can make our own crucible weapons. If we look at it, the next level is 250 points. We're still far away from that overall. But we're next saving for our dual wielding point. And then I want to get Strider next, actually. I thought I had Strider. now we have 3 suits of mail. By the time we head back to Skjern, we'll get another suit of mail, which will go on Gunnar. So that puts us in 4 suits of good old chain men. So that's going to be very, very good. I'm gonna revel in the music for a bit. Are you the bear? I think that's the bear. Let's go talk to the bear. Burly man stands in front of a small house which is mulch, yeah, so cow shit, on his elbow. His face is shrewd, up in concealment, all his attention focused on the removal of this particularly gnarly root. One of the women on the farm whistles loudly to get his attention when he sees you entering. The man wipes sweat from his forehead, leaving a thick streak of earth behind. You're a dangerous looking bunch. What do you want? Kyre. Difficult to tell if he's merely suspicious or outright hostile. You have something for her. She's seducing women now? Don't tell me she's fucking you. It's not yet working on it. You go here, you here. You go here, I guess. You go here. Knock him out. You just use Tyr's favor. Why not? Inspire, Wallop, and turn. Bonk. Moving on. Sorry, but that option I had to pick it. What's bizarre to me though is she took to what's his face with no real harm. I will do it now, and actually I'll look to talk to the herb woman. we'll ignore a fair bit of the town. That is the shipwright, and we will talk to him to organize every one of our boons to get over here so we can look at Harold in his new armor. Like this woman. A small hut is precariously constructed on a platform of half-rotten planks above the water. Perth's local wise woman is leaning against the door trim, chewing on some sort of root and watching your group approach with calm interest. She spits the last of her root into the river and detaches herself from the door trim. Her voice is gravelly and driven. I heard of you, Northman. You look like trouble. I like trouble. I take it you're the witch? You may call me that if you want. I'll not take it as an insult when it comes from you. My name is Alach. I sell alien herbs and help the local women folk with their problems. Why would you take it as an insult to be called a witch? Isn't that what you do? Some of our fellow town folk seem to me practice as being somehow in conflict with their faith. They think I build magic on loan from the devil. Between you and me, if the devil lent me his powers, I doubt I'd be using them to cure farm wives of their monthly pains. There's also good for the most part. Your brooding friend here looks like she knows how to use one hand from another. Well, sure she'll find my selection useful. I'd be happy to sell all sorts to you folk, no matter your reputation. If you decide to buy something, well, I have something else we could discuss. These are convenient places. We will do a tad bit of trading. Let's do some hides actually. Let's do 15 hide. Just do that for the sake of it. Should we buy all our hide? Fuck it, why not? Why not? Good, very good. Very good. Listen here. I got a question for you if you don't mind. A personal one. You're clearly not Christian. To what gods do you pray? Sure, we'll be honest. I heard that you were pagans, but I don't believe such things about a woman who was heard straight from her own mouth. I'll tell you what are my troubles. I trust you won't denounce me as a devil worshipper. There's another healer, Lether. She lives alone in the Highlands, and she resents me. Couldn't tell you why, to be fair. Just an envious shrew by nature, I expect. The latest spot of spite has moved to curse the community I protect. I think, in the hopes I'll get the blame. She erected curse posts around the town and turned them against the farm. I found one by chance and took it down, but the farmer saw me. Of course he assumed I'd put it there in the first place. That what? If you help me find it, the rest of the poles should be taken down. There's a handful of my best remedies in it for you, and I'll lower my price for you in the future. How many are there? I confronted her about it. She told me 5, 4 with the one I took down. I'll take care of it. Thank you for keeping that behind your house and not being alarmed when I take it. Now this is the quest which is worth doing in this area. That guy's a dick. Does that give us enough points? Not yet. Don't mind if we do. Oh, hey, look.
Oi, you!
What do you think you're doing? Alright, let's just get this over with, shall we? We are still set to non-lethal. I don't have any range, so I actually do need to be out here. Actually, also I need to take a step there. You go here. I'll take the step there. You go hide behind a cow. It's advanced protection, you wouldn't know about it. Good. 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 Bad. Very bad. Light laceration to the leg. Not that bad, because we're not doing anything in here. We're heading straight to Orkney, and all we do is not bring Aslifer with us inland. And we will be good. Chance of resisting that is about 60%, so we won't do that. I could have hooked and slammed him. Attack. Yeah, okay. We'll just do that. Ow!
I failed you, Thane.
It's your physical. 60 directly. Get on the ground, you fucking twat. You are set to interrupt, so let's just get rid of that shot. Grapple again, prevent him from doing anything. And then shank. Does it say anything about Aslifer's injury? It does not. Yeah, let's just do that. Let's look to get rid of this guy first, immediately. So that frees her up to be useful here, because we can expose and drop with Triple Rocks. And these two can deal on their own. Just to be safe, we will use Tear's Favor. And now we're golden. They can't do anything.
I failed you, Thane.
Ha!
Doesn't look like Aslifer's injury is getting any worse. I doubt that's the case, because I think it's going to be like, it's a really bad injury right now, but well, it's just a light laceration. I'm not sure if that's really lucky or not. I presume it is, but shovel we picked up earlier outside the bear's house will allow us to get in here. I think I will actually take that myself, and we can give this mobile armor to him. Don't need any semblance of bitter shields anymore. And all of a sudden we have a nice little group of miscreants. There are several reasons why it's just an overall good idea to visit these towns. Euphoric, not as much as Perth, because as stated, crucible weapons plus mail plus that armor, like there's just it's too good. Harbor Master. Sure, it's harmless. Scary warship with shield on the side and a monster head carves into the prow. Not inviting such from my harbor, I think of Lasky. Alright, I asked nicely. Press the sacks to his throat. Let me make myself clear. Give us permission to land or I will bleed you like a hog. Alright, you can let your ship, just don't do anything rash. Thank you. Thank you, have a nice day. Thank you, have a nice day. We can talk to you. Fisherman is minding his own business. Do you happen to know a girl who's friends with a man called Castro? Once he keeps himself, try asking the other women, they all seem to know each other. This Athie will lead you right to him. These are merchants. I also know precisely who we're going to, so it's only money in my case. He's way over here, I think it is. Don't know why I got a coo baby voice there. Zeppelin. What got you into this predicament? Yeah, that. Wanted to build a settlement on the coast of Octavia to bring his entire clan over. It came to immortalize his effort with Danner to fortify the settlement, to make sure picks smack you in the nose. What do you expect me to do? Where will you go? You can join me in Skjern. Hi. You drive your stacks to the warrior's throat before he has a chance to do anything but flinch, and you hear the two captains gasp while you lower the guard to the ground, blood sputtering from his mouth as he gurgles even.
his eyes fixed on you in an comprehending horror. Yeah, see you, Scarin. Bye! Wait up. So then, Donald was to find Killjoy with an important message. Shut up. Where's he was going? I actually need to read this because this is the story. A young girl sits surrounded by pottery. She smiles warmly when you come near her stall. Hello, are you looking to buy some pots? You southern. Hi, I'm she. What do you need? Conagal McTagan asked me to find Kilsham with an important message. I thought Kilsham was already with Connell. Where did he think he was meeting up with him? I'm not quite following you. Wait, what are you talking about? Kilsham never showed up. Did he tell you where he was going? I think so. He said some of his men were camped at a farmhouse on the eastern shore of Loch Lomond, a big lake to the southwest of here. They were going to head east to the Highlands to meet some of those Norsemen. Wait, are you the ones he was going to meet with? You know what? Let's play an honest card. Just see the fear in her eyes. Oh no, please, if you find my children, please don't kill him. Sure. Yes, I couldn't bear to lose him, knowing I was the one who... That made me happy. We have nearly done everything we need to. We just need to find the remaining one pole? Found it. Alright, let's go back and talk to the witch. Where are we? Wasn't the groin laceration like penalty to... Okay, no, it is penalty to movement. The Vikings return. The Vikings return. Does Leffler's curse still linger upon the city? The 4 poles have been removed. I knew it was right to trust you. I knew as soon as I saw you. I feel the dark cloud has been lifted above my home. Here, the best remedies for your troubles. And if you wish to buy more, I offer discounts on my prices, as promised. Generous.
Huzzah. One morale. The only one we can technically do a romance with now, I believe, is Roskva, and I'm completely fine with doing romance with her at this point. I haven't done that as a woman, so I'm curious if it changes. So that could be particularly interesting. I do think I need to try particularly hard to get the romance with Asleifer, because as stated, it can only be started if you are of a negative disposition with him, of -4. And I haven't been trying to make him happy. He is just happy. Yeah, that's fucking annoying. It's raining. We're not leaving, so I don't know why I did that. We're preparing to head to Orkney, and from Orkney we're going to head to Skjern.
Ancient powers influence this place. Can you feel them in the soil? Rocking the trees? This site was chosen for a reason.
That's right, I swapped what's his face? He's wearing the armor. Doesn't really matter, we're going to this point here, we're heading down here. Gonna ask Lifer there. There's Hollow with his little arm. He's got a fat head. Headbands clipping into his forehead. Yeah, because they're normally with us, and we still have Roska and Nefia with us. That Chixie. No, we've got another battle to do and some good shit to get, so to Orkney. Yes. As soon as the morning approaches, you notice that another ship is slowly gaining on you. It's only a small silhouette on the horizon ahead of you. Fog banks are still hugging the calm waters like a blanket. Roll faster and lose them in the fog. If you have a high intimidation ship, you can slow down. The ship will get closer and go, yeah, no. But with our fast ship, we can just go, ew. You heard me put their backs into it. Fortunately, this is sort of exactly the thing the Dark Heart was built for. You quickly lose the other ship in the fog. We will take him with us despite his slight injury. That reminds me, we need to set up Asleifer so he can't just drop his shield and start grappling. But that said, he's got both stuns and kicks. So he's a lot more versatile in his ability to stun. It's just that grappling is so fucking consistent. As soon as your feet find purchase half a dozen haggard-looking warriors come running down the cliff. From their clothes and weapon, you identify these people as Northmen. The man in front is short and wiry, but strong forearms. You estimate him to be somewhere in his early 30s. He walks with his shoulders drawn up like he spent his entire life living in a gale. I am Stain, the cleaver of Rugalan. I control this island. Who are you? Trux. If you need a place to stay while you prepare for a longer journey, you're welcome to camp here. But tell me, why have you brought your ship to my beach? I'm stating a campaign against the Kingdom of Britain. If you and your men fight with me, I will ensure you are granted land befitting your contributions. Staying less hardly while the men short casually form a line on either side of him. You want control of Orkney, in other words. You want to rule us. You're as audacious as you are beautiful. I would hate to send such a woman like you to meet Freya, to Freya's hall before your time. Why don't you and your hair join us for a midday meal and we'll talk it over a cup of mead. We'll talk once you have sweared your fealty to me. His laughter is even more hearty this time. As a laugh of admiration, you could swear the man looks smitten. You are truly bold. Well then, we'll see who's the strongest of us. But let's not fight. Not on the beach. Come, follow me. You know, we'll be nice to the Northman. We'll be nice to him. Do you sell wood, may chance? Rocks, I don't really care. You don't sell wood, get the fuck out of here. How is our homestead looking, by the way? Okay, it's still well over a week. I am kind of unsure if I accidentally fucked up in getting a hold of Mischief. We should still be able to, because we should be able to talk with the guy afterward. Normally I'm a lot more obligatory toward his attempt at parley. I decided not to be in this case. As while parleying is good, we don't do that thing on a regular basis around here. We are a crew of cutthroats led by a monster. I'll be with you shortly, Stang. That seems to be an area we can do some digging. Field Mulcher. We'll fight the way the directional proceeding the game wants us to, but now we have Shield Mulcher, which that thing's too damaged for me to give a fuck about. It is a very, very nice axe. It's going to be Ada's primary axe from now on because she's not here to do damage, and if I can just have her do a little bit of extra damage to people with shields, why not? Yeah, we'll give the bigger tonic to you. Okay, let's toss down this. Thane looks entirely fired up for a refreshing skirmish. He paces back and forth in front of his herd, who is given an overall impression of being tired but determined. Right. Ready to show me what you're made of? You better believe it. Let's go then! These women are all a bit worse for wear, but they seem to have a lot of armed combat experience. If you want them on our side, we better be careful not to kill any of them. A single experienced blade, more or less, can make a great difference on the battlefield. And I concur with what Nefia just said. Now, I really do desperately need this guy to go on his ground. I said I was going to set up his ability. You do not need this, so you could take this. Oh, we had that there. I didn't even realize. We'll use Aslifer for this first one, I think. We bring her here. Doing this. You go here. That's not good, but it's not bad neither. Good. Take a step back and now charge. You do that, and you can charge there. Here you go. Here you go. Here? That's a rock. Clicking us lever. We should have done. You know what? Let's just do this. That's right, it didn't matter because I couldn't crit because I don't have that enabled when we have this, non-lethal strike. The fight is won, and Stein gets back up to his feet almost if nothing had happened. The rest of the men are looking a little more worn out. For all my flippancy, I must admit this is pretty much what I expected. Last summer we would have put a much better fight, but winter has taken its toll on us. I don't mean to diminish your skills, of course you and your herd fight well, but I ask you not to judge us on this feat. We are not in a good shape right now. A deal is a deal. I swear to fight under your banner, and my men are sworn to fight with me. However, with the service comes responsibility. We're very short on food. Here, have 60 rations. We'll keep you alive, but the men, baba. Says ignorance of men, walk forward to fetch the supplies. Better than nothing. We will regain our strength. We may sail south to buy some livestock. Dominion over Orton is yours. That skyrockets our power a bit up. We still have a lot more prosperity because we have 2 dock ports and we have some other stuff going on here. And the more things here actually we're building provides more prosperity than it does power. If I really cared, I would look to max both. I have only done that once. Does he go home or did he... Okay, good.
Jarl Trurox, pleasure as always. I hope you don't regret me assuming control of this windswept piece of rock. No text backs. Planning any raid? Honestly, preparation, no serious plans, no. Might be interested or come to a few group instant Rogaland and move up to here. Apparently, we did accidentally skip out on getting Mischief, which is a really, really nice axe. But I jumped the gun. It's fine. I'm not using a day an axe anyway. But Mischief does hold a bit of sentimental value in the various playthroughs I do because it is your uncle's axe. It is your uncle's Grimulf the Tall's Dane axe. Big old thing. I'm going to say before we head back out from Skjern. Now, there are some fun interactions we can do when we're in here, like we can talk to the various members of the Herd and ask them what they think about the other members of our Herd. And naturally assuming the other members of our Herd that are from Skjern have no real issue with admitting that everything's pretty much cool, everything's okay, everything's good. But when you bring in some of the other ones from elsewhere, like Aefi or Morkant, they'll be questioning why. While, of course, they will be focusing on the opposite, if you will. Like the followers there, they're going to be giving their honest impression for how they perceive them because they have no real recollection of how growing up with them in the same town would have been. The other person that can answer to that question is, of course, Gunnar, because he is not from Skjern at all. So he also has interesting conversational pieces to talk with about the other members of the Herd. Your Uncle Grimulfur awaits you at the dock. Trurox, it's good to see you back in one piece. He grasped you firmly by the wrist. I came to give you my thanks for taking care of School's men this winter, and throwing them out of the forest. Your mother Astrid in her shrewdness learned that they were tasked with my murder. I owe you my life. Why would School attempt your murder? That she does not know, but I can venture a guess. I'm the most experienced warrior left in Skjern, but as your father's last surviving housecarl, I've earned quite a reputation among my neighbors. No doubt they feared what my experience could bring you, should they be forced to mount an outright attack against us. Then I'm glad to have prevented it, but I didn't know there was such a threat against you. You owe me no particular gratitude. I understand that you were doing your duties as Thane to protect our clan. All the more reason for me to be grateful. In any case, I've decided it's time that I live up to that reputation. While you're away, I will be overseeing the training of the youngsters. It's high time someone takes over the job, left vacant since Alvarder's passing. But I brought you something, my old mail shirt. If that doesn't suit you, maybe one of your housecarls can use it. Otherwise, you should be able to make it fit with a few adjustments. Thank you. It's a great honor. Speak nothing of it. You'll need it far more than I, and if it saves your life one day, it's well worth the gifting. I must go. Sorry to leave so soon after returning my girl, but I must be off. I have another important errand to run for Sigrid and your mother. Good luck when you set sail again. May Thor watch over your troubles and send you favorable winds. And he gives us... It's a decent mail, sure. It's nothing particularly amazing. And as I stated, we would give this shirt to the nephew. Which means you will get some armor. Yay! Armor! Yay! Now, those random house calls of ours, they literally don't exist. Oh, would you look at this? It's nice. A lot of herbs are in here. First thing we do, I think, is just immediately head back. Another thing that's interesting is despite wearing armor and everything, they're not wearing the armor when we're in here. They're wearing their base clothes. Fix Aslifer's groin because he got, I don't know, mauled by a, I don't know. I wasn't paying attention. I think he got shanked by someone. No, he got shot. And do you hear householder doing worse and worse? Being the way is bad. Her mind is not getting any better when she's tired. It's when she thinks she'll slip. I don't know what to do about it. What do you think about the rest of the crew? We'll ask about Gunnar. Have you seen the muscles on him? How far do you think you could throw me if you picked me up? We should find out someday. And that's interesting, is their opinion of the crew will change depending on who you opt to romance. Like when Kettle will, when you romance Roscoe over here, Kettle will be, you fell in love with a witch girl? What kind of hex did you put on you? What the hell's going on? While Nephew will describe disappointment that you didn't really pick her. So if we ask her, what do you think about Roscoe? Little witch, she's a lifesaver, and quite literally, she patched me up more than once, better than you. It's good to have that sort of around. Nephew, that woman would drive a husband to the edge of madness, mark my words, but I like her. She fired like a wolf mother concerned about her cubs. Kettle, he's a funny kid. It's a dangerous thing. Funny. Aslifer, I spar with him on occasion. You might fare better if you learn to relinquish some control on the battlefield, but who am I to say another man should fight? Adis, she's a fine woman. Was she a bit younger or a bit older? I'm not for settling, much for settling down, but if I were, I doubt I could do much better than her. Yes. Absolutely amazing. Where the fjords got deep gashes into the earth. He said he was from Vestfold. Gunnar lets out a long sigh and he looks ill, at least with nostalgia. It's a beautiful place where the fjords cut deep gashes into the earth. There, a man is always surrounded by reminders of their own insignificance. Unlike your lands, where flat earth stretches to the unbroken horizon in every direction, here a man might be seduced to think he's worth something. Stereotypical joke. Every single Swedish and Norwegian person learns about Denmark. Denmark is flat. Make fun of it. Your tallest mountain is what, 200 meters? In fact, I need to ensure that is correct information. Tallest mountain in Denmark. Sea level. There are no mountains in Denmark, which is made more than an hour's drive from the sea. Average, but Hellemjø is the highest spot in Denmark with an elevation of just 171 meters above sea. Or, yeah, the top of the mountain is that high. That's 560 feet for you imperial people. Filthy imperials. Now, we are here to go over here. Oh, that's one of, what's-his-face's friends. Aslifer. He told us we were doing a good job. Let's buy that amount of wood.
We don't need any thralls at the moment. Sure, we'll do it now. The couple waiting in front of your longhouse look vaguely familiar, but you don't manage to place until the woman locks eyes with you and closes the distance. There you are. The desperate parents on the men you met in the front of the troll tree in the marsh. You saved our son. Behind her, her husband gently pushes a young boy forward. He looks quite shy. This is the woman we told you about, who wisely shared the medicine in their mash. Do you have anything to say to her? Thank you, Thane. I appreciate you coming all this way. Gratitude is in short supply these days. We had to make the trip. We wished so our son could see the face of his savior. We have another child on the way, a daughter. With your permission, we'll name her Trurux. I've done nothing that warrants such honor. The husband joins the family before you. In his hand carries a bundle of silver trinkets and tightly wrapped in wool. We brought you a gift for our whole village. Please accept it with our eternal thanks. Thank you. After a long, 756 value to this. Thanks you for extracting themselves from a small family. They wave happily as they leave Skiern. Let's go see what's happening in Nephia's household. I'm actually quite unsure what happens if we don't provide or split the troll bark with them. I assume that event doesn't happen, but I don't know what happens with Aethura. I would assume it's completely and utterly irrelevant. Why are you wearing the male shirt, Nephia? You're at home. Nephia kneels at her sister's bed, holding her hand gingerly. She is crying. Elfia looks paler than ever. That's right, what happened? Same curse that these we have to do something, get rid of it once for all. As long as Mother still has you, I accept my death. I'll ask Hulda. We'll see what we can do. Spoiler, we have to go to Pictland and we have to go pickpocket a damn thing. You can't. It's a aggravatingly difficult fight to do it via martial prowess. I'll tell you that. But it is also a, what's the right way to phrase it? A tremendous joy when you finally manage to overcome it. But it all depends on when you do it. If you get this event early and you try it early, they're wearing mail, they have very, very accurate with bows. It's just a load of wank. At this point, I think we would be fine, because we're starting to have these mail shirts. Everything you see pure across the sea. Home and blessed spirit returned with your father from an expedition to the far north. It's possible that the people of the north know how to trail this hell, so take it to Picton, quickly to going northern. There may be many, many ways they treat like us. I'm asking Perth. Yes, very good, dear. Thank you, Hulda. I'll see you again. I am going to her stall real quick and see if she sells a little bit of hide. Because if we can make another good male shirt, I'll be happy. I only need about 20 of the damn thing. Oh. We still have plenty of rations overall. I will buy a handful though, just for the sake of it. Do I have to talk about the house out in Perth? Let's go talk to our mother real quick. We'll also start working on the wall pretty soon. These palisades are pretty pathetic. And after that, I think I will end this stream a bit earlier one, but we did get some pretty decent progress in all things considered.
You can see back the cosmos of Blood Doctor, so it's all secure and calms down a little as soon as you sail across the horizon. Maybe in our absence, and you don't manage to marry Hafgan and Thorvald Thorstein. Do you remember Hafgan? Thorstein's family comes here often to sell products from the farm. It's good for the girls to get a new man on the farm, and it's not safe for them to live alone out there. Wealth. Things not going on, we still have a long way to go. We're no longer the poorest clan in Jutland, at least. Finger hand with the past judgment tomorrow, we'll see to the point out we have poverty on our outlying farm, and I'm afraid the king would quickly rule in his favor. Talk to you later. I think those conversations are sort of referring to the fact that if you max these out, that you will win irregardless. You have to do certain specific things to match or to maximize power, but I do know for a fact that you can just literally claim you're so prosperous when you max prosperity that just because you have an alliance or whatever overseas is like largely irrelevant. I know it's possible, but I don't memorize that entire path. I did it once on accident. Other than that, I just ensure I max power, because that's, to me, the more important. Alright. As stated, we will end our current session here. And it was relatively productive. If we quickly do a bit of a recap, we went through Scarborough, we explored Euphoric, we then went to the first part of Ingville, the forest, to start the Northumbrian part of the missions. We then headed to Perth, looted Perth, and then headed to Orkney, got Orkney sorted, and now we headed back here. So that is a pretty decent overall. Could have been a bit more productive in terms of, managing to do more in Euphoric. But I wanted to enable all three, we'll call it sea lanes, shall we? So with all hope, we should be able to get a lot of good progress when we return next time. We will take the time to spend our points now, though. Mainly for the sake of it. Actually, you know what? I think we'll take the point in diplomacy. Just because we can. I do think we might also swap our attention pretty soon to that of Pictland, however, because I want to be able to do the second segment of the Pictish quest line to unlock the ability to do something with those various runestones scattered all across the map, which will be very important if we want to showcase, or I want to showcase, the ancient Roman armor and the sword Excalibur. Harold is our smith and should be treated as such. So tier 4 weapons. I will be looking at that when we make camp next, because if we can make one singular tier 4 dagger, that's just going to be about max. I'm completely content with that. Adis doesn't have too many points to spend. We'll leave Adis alone for now. You... those hybrid points. You take the next point in Tinkerer. Nefia got her stibbity stabbity pokety stabbity. And we'll take the spear point as well. We might be able to get some of the lucky camp events that will lead us to getting one of the best spears in the game. Gungir. You, this meat-headed bubblegum can grab harried. He doesn't need low profile, and we'll grab point and repair. Why not? Why not? I tell ya, why not? Kettle, the belligerent mitten is done. You are done with that. Do you want this? Yes, you do. Roskva. Yeah, Roskva's just happy, I think. And we don't need to spend Roskva's points at the moment. Without further ado, let us save it. And I shall see you all next time when we set England alight.